Because you people and 62 million other Americans are listening to me right now. Because less than 3% of you people read books. Because less than 15% of you read newspapers. Because the only truth you know is what you get over this tube. Right now, there is an entire generation that never knew anything that didn't come out of this tube. This tube is the gospel, the ultimate revelation. This tube can make or break presidents, popes, prime ministers. This tube is the most awesome goddamn force in the whole godless world. And woe is us if it ever falls into the hands of the wrong people. And that's why woe is us that Edward George Ruddy died. Because this company is now in the hands of CCA, the Communication Corporation of America. There's a new chairman of the board, a man called Frank Hackett, sitting in Mr. Ruddy's office on the 20th floor. And when the 12th largest company in the world controls the most awesome goddamn propaganda force in the whole godless world, who knows what shit will be peddled for truth on this network? So you listen to me. Listen to me. Television is not the truth. Television is a goddamn amusement park. Television is a circus, a carnival, a traveling troupe of acrobats, storytellers, dancers, singers, jugglers, sideshow freaks, lion tamers, and football players. We're in the boredom-killing business. So if you want the truth, go to God. Go to your gurus. Go to yourselves. Because that's the only place you're ever going to find any real truth. You're never gonna get any truth from us. We'll tell you anything you want to hear. We lie like hell. We'll tell you that Kojak always gets the killer and that nobody ever gets cancer in Archie Bunker's house. And no matter how much trouble the hero is in, don't worry, just look at your watch. At the end of the hour, he's going to win. We'll tell you any shit you want to hear. We deal in illusions, man. None of it is true. But you people sit there day after day, night after night, all ages, colors, creeds. We're all you know. You're beginning to believe the illusions we're spinning here. You're beginning to think that the tube is reality and that your own lives are unreal. You do whatever the tube tells you. You dress like a tube. You eat like a tube. You raise your children like a tube. You even think like a tube. This is mass madness, you maniacs. In God's name, you people are the real thing. We are the illusion. So turn off your television sets. Turn them off now. Turn them off right now. Turn them off and leave them off. Turn them off right in the middle of the sentence I'm speaking to you now. Turn them off.
Crypto, don't pass me the mic. You need a cold storage vault to stack the money though, right? Bull, look at these rappers, nothing to talk about. I should put an anal swab in your mouth.
Gang gang, gang gang, gang gang.
Avatar.
Gang gang, gang gang, gang gang.
Avatar.
Gang gang, gang gang.
Avatar. Gangster. I could tell you work for Uber Eats cause the car that you drove is too fucking slow and I don't want my food to get cold. Rappers be rapping, turn kinetic to quadratic, live lavish, keep receipts, write it off on them taxes. Talk about the great reset. They bird chest, speaking threats, they couldn't get their beats wet in the deep end. Read the tea leaves, sweet dreams, sweet pea. And which way does the razor wire lean? How about a Farbar's egg, half a dozen to a tray? Interior decor designed by Dick Gournay. That's a tall order. Naughty neighbors at the short table. I beg your pardon, could you pass me the salt shaker? The earthquake should be here before May. We should petition the creator for an escape. Ahead of my time, cause they ain't never seen what I rap. They wouldn't believe we already collapsed. Facts. A warm rag for a filthy prostitute bath. I bet you there's no vaccine for that. I was exposed to this so early, I'm quiet about it. The way I see it, ain't no need to start a riot about it. I saw it and caught it and wasn't applauded. I should've never started. We were divided first, then conquered. It's like a jungle sometimes, it makes me wonder how I got so effed up. Now I don't trust nothing.
Scary and real like bunch of Avatar gangster. Barely advice, bunch of Avatar gangster.
Bro, banging banging from his keyboard. You should see the streets more. You should keep the G more. He just pressing record.
Scary and real like but your avatar gangster. Barely invites but your avatar gangster.
Made soldier, the gauge holder with payola. The weed coming more colors than Crayola. You a troll, you an internet op. You was listening to New Kids on the Block. I'm with a few niggas, straight and stock. Raising the Glock, bare arms like Doc Octopus. Virtual concerts and VR and the Oculus. Buying property in Earthia, I own everything. Man and machine merge, the singularity. You will never be a celebrity. You embarrass me, you a parody. You a charity, you need therapy. Clout chaser who scarily believe his own hype. Trying to suck your own cock, Ron Jeremy. Pay me in crypto, pay me in Mithro. They told me hold on and I did so. Shouts my nigga Big Boy, this his idea. And I be stomping in my clear weather brand footwear. Yeah, Web 3.0 flow. Fuck this industry. AI Drake voice, take your identity, nigga. Non-believers in the mega church, allow me to introduce you to bars. Now you metaverse, in the metaverse. In verses, reverse course, I spit a better verse. Gifted unlimited rhymes, universal from a multiverse of earths. That's a guru search. Creole bitch, that's a voodoo curse. Niggas beef on IG Live with they location showing. And die tasting their own face, shell cases blowing.
Scary and real like bunch of avatar gangster. Barely invites but your avatar gangster.
Bro banging from his keyboard. You should see the streets more. You should keep the G more. He just pressing record.
Scary and real like bunch of avatar gangster. Barely invites but your avatar gangster.
Made soldier, the gauge holder with payola. The weed coming more colors than Crayola.
Gang gang, gang gang, gang gang.
What's going on? It's the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I know you guys missed us yesterday. It's because we were banned by YouTube. Shame on YouTube, right? So, obviously lots of impediments, right, in terms of being very censored, right, and whatnot. So, we'll try to bring a little bit of analysis. And of course, season 1, we covered a lot of groups, and obviously we want to start off with a clean slate this season, right? But we'll be talking about some of the major groups and actors, right, in the fake panels, right, that are basically run as improv shows, right, by production companies that are essentially just linked to the feds, right? So much of this is a distraction. Okay, and obviously there's large groups in the area. None of the content, right, or the behaviors within these groups are basically organic, right? So there's no organic growth or interaction, right? And so we're looking at the staged, right, interactions, right, the manufactured optics within shows that are supposed to be organic interactions, real conversations, right? Right. So that's obviously not happening. And honestly, the reason why they try to distract you, right, is so they can gatekeep the smaller shows in the groups, right? The whole thing is to distract you, right, from any real interaction or conversation, right? Okay. So let's take a look at some of these groups. I found first I gotta pull this up, right? And I will just start now, right? For the people that are here, we will drop the link soon. So hold on to your hats, okay? Right? But I don't know if you guys saw, but there was a case recently in a court case between Raging Tomato and Andrew Wilson. Right? So here is a thing for the court. Whoops. That's OTW, an AI version of OTW, right? Here, hold on. From my opener, from my intro, right? I'm going to try to be as quick as possible, right? Oh, yeah, and oh, yeah, Lindsay Smith was in the intro. Oh, wait, maybe I should say hi to the people that are here. Sorry, everyone. Yeah, season 2, episode 2. Exactly, we're starting fresh, right? But we're looking at some of the same groups. So if you guys want a rundown of all the various groups we looked at, you're going to have to watch the entire first season of Made by Machinebob. Right? That's about 9 episodes. Some of them are longish. So, here is a clip of the video intro, the excerpt that we use from the movie The Network. I love that. What he says about the tube, right? The tube is controlling your minds, right? The YouTube, right? Blessings. Yeah, the mad prophet of the airways. Exactly, Denise. Blessings to Lorp. Blessings to the homie Inner Thought Experiment. I greatly appreciate your time. Thank you to Leslie for watching. Right, from TV Tube to YouTube. Exactly, right? Same fake ass shit. Blessings to Leslie. Thank you for watching. Blessings to Venus Cupcake. Thank you so much for watching, madam. Thank you to Axis Rattblood. Blessings to you. Live to detract from your stream. Typical. You can run, but you can't hide. Right? Right? The truth shall set you free. Right? And the truth is inevitable, man. I'm sorry. You could run, but you can't hide, for real. Laugh now, cry later. Hurricane Peril, what up, G? Thank you for being here. Not going to take it anymore, exactly. We got Hank up in here. Blessings. Got Lizard Tree up in here. Gang, gang. Exactly. Yeah, wa alaikum assalam. Peace be upon you and your family. Tariq. Hurricane Peril, what up? Landry's AI, right? The dress, yeah. The yellow dress, yeah. Yeah, the system. Fuck the system. Exactly. All right. Let's move to the material. I appreciate you guys joining. The people that are in the chat. Lindsay Smith, Creek Mary, blessings. Hank O'Flamio, Tarek, right? Axis Rattblood, right? Participating. I greatly appreciate you guys' time. We got a wild Neurojack. All right, so let's get on with the material, and I got a bunch of different angles for you guys. I'm gonna go a bunch of places with this. You guys may have not suspected, right? So it is what it is, right? So we got Wiegman versus Wilson, right? So it says here, plaintiff Sarah Wiegman, right, and defendants, right? So there's 3 other defendants that are listed, right? Maryland. This was formulated on February 18th, right? So I have another one of these. Let me pull up the other one where it has the information. Oh, whoops. I don't think I'm looking in images. Here, give me a second. All right. Okay. So here's the info. It says Andrew Wilson, host of the Crucible podcast. So these are the major players we were talking about, right? In the last season of Made by Machinebob, right? We exposed a lot of stuff about them. And other defendants were hit with a defamation lawsuit on February 18th in Maryland Circuit Court for Hartford County. The action was brought by Flood Law on behalf of Sarah Wiegman. I have no idea what that means. An online debate moderator using the persona Raging Tomato, who alleges that Wilson made numerous false accusations against her during a December 2025 live stream, including claims that she had been engaging in prostitution. Oh, no. Isn't he supposed to be promoting Christianity? And he's accusing ladies of prostitution. Good Lord. What a fucking scumbag, right? And posting photos of herself nude online, right? Well, turns out she never did that. He lied about that on stream, right? So I get her distress, to be honest, right? Because this guy's a total piece of shit. He will lie about you in public. He's done that many times, right? He's done it about us too, right? So yeah, so the guy is a total piece of shit, right? Including claims that she has been engaging in prostitution, posting photos of herself nude online, resulting in her losing approximately 5,000 subscribers. I don't know if that's an actual loss. Subscribers are like, you could gain or lose subscribers for any reason. And a 4,000 monthly contract with the Enlightened Network. The Enlightened Network. Is this a show that, was this company running Sarah's show? Or actually, they were running or working for the Enlightened Network. Right. So, why were they working with the Enlightened Network, this production company, right? That's basically here, right? Hiring people, right? That complaint seeks over 150,000 in compensatory punitive damages. Wow, that's a lot for alleged defamation, invasion of privacy, and emotional distress. Wow. So yeah, we got the homie right here. I confess one baptism. Sounds like a woman scheming for sure. Sound like some shit. Some weird lawsuit, right? We got the Enlightenment Network, right? And of course, it was for this event, which is the Word War debate, right? So let's take a look at this, right? And this is the only place I've been able to find this commercial, right? I don't know if you guys remember last time, Grace Thorpe attended Word War debate, and there was a number of panel tards, right, that wanted to cover her attending. Right? Obviously, we exposed Grace Thorpe as making very crass humor, right, about incest, pedophilia, right? That's her brand of comedy, apparently. Okay, so Grace Thorpe is a I don't know if you think that's funny to promote incest and pedophilia, then it's fine to work with Grace Thorpe. Like Toilet Bowl Birth here, right? He'll work with anybody and anybody because he's a clout chasing lowest of the low, right? Lowest of the low, dude, right here, right? So yeah, so he'll work with people who promote incest and pedophilia, right? He's fine with doing it, right? So yeah, so obviously that's what she does. But yeah, so let's go to this video here, because this is a video that's going to show you this production by the Enlightenment Network, right? Because if you see here, right, Enlightenment Network is the company that she lost a contract with. So that's why she's suing Wilson. Yeah, blessings. Grace Thorpe and Pony Boy have the same brand of comedy. Yeah, pretty much. Well, they work together all the time, right? He'll promote the Thorpes, right? We have him promoting and saying he helps the Thorpes, right? So even though Snafu Snaps says that he's engaged in journalism against pedophilia, he colludes with people that promote it on a regular basis and make jokes about it. So Snafu is obviously doesn't take this show for anybody to figure out. He's an absolute fraud, right? He's been caught lying about many people, right? So people who work with the snitch, liar, right, online, you think it's funny to platform, I mean, this dude, fuck you and fuck your entire show. I don't give a fuck about your LARP. I don't give a fuck about your bits. Your entire show sucks, and log off your fucking show, right? Right, log off. Right, time to log off. Right, stop promoting liars and snitches and weirdos. Right, absolute weirdos. Right, like this motherfucker on screen. Right. Okay, but anyways, here is this nonsense here. The Enlightenment Network put together this trash debate conference event with Wilson and Sam Tripoli. Let's check out the really cringe commercial for it, right?
We've got to go to this.
Okay, let's see this.
Actually have a good time.
That's our hero. What are you talking about? Andrew Wilson's our hero. He's fighting feminism.
On a public beach. Unless Andrew gets so scared that he decides to jump out of a window.
I'm out of here. Rachel. I gotta get home. Ben Thorpe is on the other side of this ship. I gotta get out of here.
This is where we would be. So this building is AC.
Like
Bleach my hair.
Yes.
Shave, and I'll just look like this. Dies, he dies.
No.
That'd be too fucking funny.
Oh, this is working out beautifully. What a stupid location to pick. Here, Andrew canceled going to Word War debates. What? No way. Oh my god. Unfortunately, due to scheduling conflicts, Andrew will not be attending or working with Word War Debates event.
Okay, so there it is, right? He did this show with Sam Tripoli. They made a really cringe commercial about it. Then he announced that he was canceling working with Word War Debate for the super cringe debate event that he's going to do with Sam Tripoli with the Enlightenment Network, right? So who is the Enlightenment Network? Right? Who they is? Right? Well, here's a website for the Enlightened Network. And here's their About Us. It says the Enlightened. So here's their page, right? The Enlightened Network. Right? It says meet the team. David Lugo. Sean Hibbler. And Nathan Pasquale. Right, it says a 15-year industry veteran, David Lugo, over 20 films produced with combined budgets of $100 million. Has experience in studio installations. Sean Hibbler. Sean has directed and produced several documentaries with millions of views collectively. Over 100,000 followers. And he's been featured as a guest on multiple popular podcasts. So that caught my attention, these podcasts that he may be involved in, right? And also this views, how he got millions of views, right? Nathan Pasquale has been involved in the entertainment industry for over 14 years. He's produced television shows. Right? So we got them, Enlightened Corporation, or the Enlightened Network, TEN. Right, running these debate events. Right, so if you look up Hibbler, you know, Hibbler links to a thing called Flat Earth Videos. So he's actually made a lot of content for Flat Earth, for the Flat Earth community. Right, so info at flatearthvids.com, Sean Hibbler, and it has his phone number. Damn, we should have called him. We should have called Sean Hibbler to maybe get him on the show. We could have asked him tons of questions about the work he's done with this production company, right? So if you look here, his first video here is time lapse of the 24-hour Antarctic sun. Right? It says it was either another sun or a fake projected one. Regardless, they have always covered up more land and possibly extended infinite plain. So he's using this video about the flat earth to double down on, you know, what he's saying. So here's his video, time lapse of the 24-hour sun, right?
What is that large round thing to the right of the sun? Well, that's our second sun. I don't know if you knew that we had a second sun, but there it is. It's normally hidden from view. NASA and other organizations, they usually hide that stuff away from us. They don't tell us the truth, but you know, there it is. It's true. It's true. It's true. It's true.
if you're at the bottom of a ball, they're in Antarctica, okay? Flip it around from their perspective. The sun is up really, really high. It's up here in like 2 or 3 o'clock range, right? It should be way down in here. Makes no sense. The fact that you see the sun up high over here lighting up the realm over there, Mars or whatever it is, now that makes more sense.
All right, and all right, so here's another thing with Hibbler, right? He was on the Sam Tripoli Tinfoil Hat podcast, right? So on IMDb, here's the episode, right? It says Two Sons in the New World Order with Eddie Bravo, right? You guys might know Eddie Bravo, right? He's connected to Joe Rogan, right? And Crow 777. And also, Eddie Bravo is one of the first promoters of the Flat Earth stuff, right? When they popularized it, not one of the first promoters. There was obviously Eric Dubé was promoting it way before that, right? But you got Eddie Bravo popularizing it, right? With Crow 777 and Sean Hibbler, right? So Crow 777 and Hibbler, they've worked together, right? So Hibbler Productions may have worked with Crow 777, especially on the Flat Earth angle, right? So let's take a look at some of this podcast, right? I happen to have it right here. I'll play some of it for you guys, right?
Oh, what the fuck are you guys?
I've never seen this before. I'm watching it for the first time with you guys, so let's check this out, right? See what it do, right? Let's give it a fair watch, right?
What are you talking about?
Global controls will have to be imposed, and a world governing body will be created to enforce them.
Welcome to Tinfoil Hat. We go deep, homeboy. Eric, open your mind. Drink.
This kind of looks like the intro to my show, right?
The fountain of knowledge. There's lizard people everywhere. That's some interdimensional shit.
All right, I don't want to get popped for this, so let's just skip this thing, man.
Oh, man. Welcome to Tinfoil Hat. You know I am. You know I'm here to do. I'm here too.
Roar!
Yeah, joining me on this side of the table. Look who's all grown up. Xavier Guerrero.
I think we look cute.
We do look cute. What a power couple we are. You're the bottom. And on the 1 and 2s, my good friend and yours, Jay Nice,
the
Johnny
real
Woodard.
top coming in.
Oh, look at him.
Snaps.
It's the centipede?
In
What's up, dude?
my face.
Are you all the way at the top?
Guys, a lot of things are going on. We're super excited. You guys are going to love today's episode. We'll get into that in 2 seconds. But I am going to be in Miami, Florida this weekend. Not this weekend, excuse me. Thursday and Friday. On Thursday, I'm
Spot on any social media, Facebook, Twitter, and obviously no Facebook.
Johnny?
At Johnny Woodard on Twitter, at Johnny A. Woodard on Instagram. Send me your material. I love it.
Material
love
be
it.
nudes. Okay, nudes. That sounds like
What? I
believe that. I
mean, it's just like you have a conversation. You're not sitting there with the clock on it, if you're hanging out with your friends. You know, like, hey, guys, we've been talking 90 minutes. Wrap this shit up.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Johnny left his Zippo $200 on the couch. Anyways, can you? Oh, I see it. Does anyone else see that?
He unplugged a lot of shit. And instead of leaving it unplugged, we're watching to see who plugs it back in. Boom. Boom. We're like, damn, look who's plugging it back in. You know what I mean? That's more important than just leaving it unplugged. Like, who wants that shit plugged in? What did he unplug? He unplugged NAFTA. He unplugged the fucking Paris Accord agreement. He unplugged a lot of shit. And, the wall, that the border crisis, he unplugged that. Then look who's putting it back in. Boom. Look that. That's interesting to see what's up. Like, how you going to plug. So it was almost like, I don't know, at this point, dude, fuck, I don't know what to believe, man. I don't know if Trump's a trick. I don't know, man. I was hoping that we were going to fucking make America great again, but I don't know. Maybe it's good cop, bad cop, and he's playing good cop or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck to believe anymore, man. All I know is we're every day we get closer and closer to fucking mandatory vaccines. And that.
Yeah, America's, the good cop and Israel's the bad cop. Right, is what it is, right? But you can't talk about the Jays. You'll get canceled, and you can't grift anymore. Oh, no. Right, so that's what we're looking out for. Is all about these people and what they don't talk about on their so-called conspiracy shows that really matters. Right? But anyways, let's skip past this. I'm not watching this trash, right? It's actually garbage. Right? So we've looked at Hibbler. Hibbler's on that show, supposedly. I'm not seeing him there. Maybe he's the guy that's sitting next to Eddie Bravo, right? And then I think Crow 777 is supposed to come on that show too, right? I don't know. But yeah. Oh, yeah. They're looking at Crow 777 radio right here. So, okay, let me put this back up. They're looking at Crow 777 radio right here.
To do is we have to come back together. We have to get human values.
Oh, okay. So Crow 777 radio called into the show. Okay, so here he is.
Back on the table, treat each other with respect, and then prove beyond the reasonable shadow of doubt that the entirety of what came to be on 2001 and then 19 years later, hint, hint, in 2020, it's built on a foundation of lies.
Yeah,
and
so this guy's Hibbler that's sitting next to Eddie Bravo, and then Crow 777 is who they're listening to, right?
Us that if a foundation is true, then whatever's built on it will last the test of time. Anything that's built on a false foundation ain't going to be around that long. And what we're looking at was entirely built on lies.
So the Constitution, is the Constitution, I mean, that has to be legit, right? Because we're like just knocking. That's got to be legit, right?
Something's
right?
I mean, you're a grown-ass man. Why would you ask that question to another grown-ass man? What? Like, how could they possibly answer that for you, right?
True. What do you think, Crow?
Yes and no.
Yes and no. Oh, shit. Tell me what's going on.
Yes and no. Oh, okay. Good Lord. All right. So I looked up this 777, sort of theorized where that came from, right? And you guys go watch this on your own. I'm not playing this shit, right? We're going to get struck for it, right? One of the 777 comes from this thing from South Africa, right? It's like a Nazi movement in South Africa, right? And the other thing is this 777 and other Kabbalistic writings by Aleister Crowley, right? And it's edited by a Jew, right? This guy, Israel Regardi, who's from Orthodox Jewish family, and he started studying Jewish mysticism. So this is all about Aleister Crowley's writings on J-ism. So 777, I don't know why they picked that name, right? But two things is connecting them to, African Zionism, and then, and then this other idea, right? And then the black sun, right? Because you got the two suns, right? So why not have the black sun, right? So you got the black sun here, right? You got like a hidden sun, right? So why not have a hidden sun, right? Yeah. So anyways, let's go to Rose 777, right? Because there's somebody who produces Crow 777 called Rose 777, right? So here's Rosie Rose speaking on one of our shows called Neurojack, right? This is the only interaction that we've had with them, right? On Neurojack. So here's her talking about the start of Crow 777. And I'll basically open up the panel now, right? We're not going for that long, so I'll open up the panel. Thank you guys for joining. And of course, anybody is welcome, save 2 or 3 malicious trolls, and I'm sure they know who they are, right? Will not allow them to disrupt the content here, right? But we may engage them. So yeah, let's look at what our homie here says. He says 777 Crowley's books was chosen because when attacked vertically, they resembled the lightning flash path of the tree. Interesting. All right. So let's go to this.
What I'm trying to demonstrate is that I was a young, in my 20s girl who was brainwashed by MTV and all these shows that caused women to have entitlement and things like that. I learned my lesson from the breakup with Wes, and now with Jason, I want to make you laugh by telling you about how I felt I learned from my mistake and tell you what I told him when we were together in the beginning. I said, what I want is for us to both exhibit the divine masculine and the divine feminine, and both come together as an alchemical marriage so that we could have a balanced relationship.
Okay, so she's talking about the divine feminine and the divine masculine and how she met her person that she's in a relationship with now, who's the co-host of Crow 777 Radio, right? So she might be into some like new age stuff, right? Because she's talking about the divine feminine or whatever, right? Or maybe she's talking about her past. I don't know.
Fulfilling all of the, rules of natural law and combating the human condition so that we can be role models so that human consciousness can develop. That's where I was at back then. And now it's 7 years later. I'm not so horny about trying to change the world and have the perfect relationship, but I'm just trying to show that at that moment, I was more about equality than submission.
So may I
more about equality than submission. So she might be like somewhat of a feminist angle. That might mean that her husband or boyfriend or whatever might be a little bit of a cuck or something like that, right? But it's still interesting, right?
interject for a minute, Jamie?
Yes, no, that's the same. My show.
So you said about alchemical relationship and all that stuff. Now, are you an alchemist?
No, I'm not personally an alchemist. I just know a lot about it because of our show. And so there's like, we've done thousands of hours of research on all sorts of topics. So we had probably produced an episode about alchemy, and then I like said some woo-woo thing where, I'm going to be the divine feminine and you're going to be the divine masculine, and together we're going to grow and we're going to kick ass in the world. And then our podcast went fucking crazy, and now we're extremely successful together.
Okay, so I got it now. So what you're saying is that you're in love with Dan Brown. I got it. Okay, awesome.
So
Dan Brown, as in like
she was like studying the occult, and then like armchair occultist, right? And the homie said, right, and then she basically went into woo woo, and then she created a podcast, and it became successful, right?
Da Vinci Code?
Yeah.
What? Hell no.
Well, I have a question really quick. So, would you describe yourself or your husband as new agey or at all?
No. It's here's another funny thing is that
well, it's because of what she just said, right? She just brought up the divine feminine and the divine masculine, right? So it does sound a little bit new agey, right?
The way that I met my current partner, boyfriend, whatever you want to call it, is that I met him at a conference called the Free Your Mind Conference because I wanted to meet a content creator named Mark Passio. Oh my gosh. Wait, I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question again?
You said Passio, like Mark Passio. I'm saying, would you guys describe each other? Would you describe you and your husband as new agey?
No, because Mark Passio, who I was going to see when I met Jason, has a presentation called New Age Bullshit. Not New Age at all, just really like hardcore conspiracy is the show. Well, it's a 3-person. There's 3 of us, and so the 2 hosts are on the mic, and I'm like the Jew producer behind the scenes, driving both of them crazy. Really like hardcore conspiracy is the show. Well, it's a 3-person. There's 3 of us, and so the 2 hosts are on the mic, and I'm like the Jew producer behind the scenes, driving both of them crazy.
So it's a 3-person show. 2 of them are on the mic. She's the Jew producer, and the theme of the show is hardcore conspiracy, right? And then, so I think it might be a little disingenuous because they're kind of farming the conspiracy world for things that sound conspiratorial, and then trying to pick which ones would resonate, trying to build a narrative around that. And it's basically like a lot of reacting and farming other people's content and material, right, to form a new type of psyop, right? And of course they're working with huge production companies, right, that are tied to all these celebrity actors, right? So it's pretty interesting, right?
Okay, now I get it. Now I get it.
I don't know if that's true, but I like the way that sounds. That sounds cool.
I get it.
Well, you could. I mean, I don't know how to prove it if you've never heard the show, but a lot of the people.
No. I get it. I get it.
Well, but that reminds me. Do you think? Do you? I think if I'm right, you have some connection to Owen Benjamin, and for some reason, whenever I mention his name, people freak out. What do you think of Owen Benjamin?
Well, I have his number in my phone, and I think
so. She has Owen Benjamin's phone number, right? So she comes out right with that, right? When somebody asks you, what do you think about this celebrity or creator, right? Do you come out and say, well, I actually have their number, right? That's kind of way personal, right? But yeah, interesting response, right?
I think that I'm just kind of sick of all of his shit, kind of. But the falling out that we had was over another one of his followers that was harassing me. What do I think about Owen Benjamin? He's just a dude, and I just don't know why he can't stop saying the same things over and over again. And it's like when we started doing business with him in terms of bringing him on the show.
Yeah, sounds cool. Yeah, Neurojack cooked himself with that response. Sounds cool. But yeah.
Show and shit.
So she knows Owen Benjamin, right? She's worked with Owen Benjamin.
He can't.
Who I said, right? He's one of the first guys who popularized flat Earth, right? So, and they're working with these Hibbler and Eddie Bravo and all these guys, right? So, Crow 777. She is Crow 777. She said, right? She's claimed, right?
Can't stop saying the same things over and over again. And it's like when we started doing business with him in terms of bringing him on the show and shit, it was like, all right, this is the kind of guy where you want to keep him like out of the kill zone of a grenade. Like you want to keep him at an arm's length because he can just burst out and say anything at any time. But in 2020, during the beginning of the, it was good to do the cross-pollinating of the audiences. But now we don't speak anymore. We only did about 4 episodes with him. My boyfriend did a presentation at one of those events in Missouri that he did called Beartaria. And it's like the people there, they're all about like homesteading and survival and family. But like if you listen to his live streams and stuff, he like talks about gay people so much that it makes me feel like he's gay. Like it's just, I don't know.
No, I get it. I mean, I watched a lot of, I watched him a lot during like the past few years off and on. So like I've kind of caught him on like mostly good days, but then like people who watch him more often than me, like I definitely know what you're talking about. And it's kind of weird. Like you have like him and Nick, and then like Nick Fuentes. And it's like, it's so weird how like all this has evolved over the last like 10 years, like it was very different. Like in 2014, 15, 16, right? It was like a totally different scene.
I didn't know him at that time. He contacted us. He's a fan of our show. And so we noticed that a lot of times he would listen to our show and then he'd do his show the next day discussing what he thought about those topics. So you probably do know who we are. I'm the producer of Crow 777 Radio.
Yeah, I've heard the name. And I knew you were somewhere like
okay, so there's the producer of Crow 777 Radio, right? This is what she's saying, right? So yeah, so that's why I'm showing you this, because it links to the other stuff we showed about, the Enlightened Network and Hibbler and the entire thing where they're on the show with Sam Tripoli, right?
I know that like all those people with Owen Benjamin, like he had like David Weiss and all that. So like I'm like vaguely familiar, but I never really branched out. I more came from like the alt-right scene. So like I'm more of like an alt-right scene person, like, but it all blended together over the years, right? Like it blended from like alt-right into conspiracy into flat Earth. It's like all of it kind of got blended. So I think we all have like some sort of overlap somewhere along the way,
Yeah.
But I'm just trying to ask for perspectives, because it's so weird. We've all ended up in this kind of like weird niche where we all came from like some corner of the internet, right? So it's very fascinating to me.
Yeah, I mean, you've got like the Art Bell people, the Anarchapulco people. Like Jason just got invited to be a speaker at Anarchapulco, but I would have wanted him to go like 10 years ago. Now I just feel like the whole event is
So see, it says these different events and conferences that promote different conspiracy angles. Like there's one that promotes, there's ones that'll be like aliens. There's ones that'll be like flat Earth. There's ones that'll be like, historical revisionism, right? There's ones that'll be anarchists, right? So it'll be all these fringe conferences that they'll go to and farm the audiences, right, to promote their show material. And sometimes they'll go and speak at these conferences and say, we support your conspiracizing in this manner, and totally fake, obviously, right? So just to garner the audience, right?
Joke ever since Vice covered it. Yeah.
And of course, these large corporations, they're there to sell the affluent audiences to other groups, right? So yeah.
There's so many. There's also the freedom movement with the sovereign citizen-esque people that most of them realize that that's an oxymoron, but it's still an easy word for me to say that you know what I'm talking about. Then you've got the maniverse, and then you've got like the alternative healing with people putting coffee up their butts and drinking pee, and you've got the, Bigfoot people. You've got the melted buildings people.
Look at how she's talking about the people she makes money off of. She doesn't have a very high opinion of them, right? They're kind of all like fools and dolts, and they believe in this crazy conspiracy stuff, right? And she exploits them, right? She exploits them, right?
So because our show is so big, we cover so many different topics out there. Not the ones I just said, but you hear about everything when you're vetting out guests and thinking of ideas to have. And so there's a ton of cross-pollination, but just like in the situation here, I can join a random panel verse and nobody knows who the fuck I am. And that's another issue I have noticed with content creators. When they get a big following, once you get like over 100,000 subscribers, you kind of end up in a with tunnel vision only towards the people that like you, because you ban the people that are mean to you. And so you don't realize that when you ban someone, you didn't kill them. They still exist. They're still out there talking about you, contributing to conversations with people. And so it's almost good to like actually keep an eye on what people are saying, because you might actually find out that when your creators is actually giving.
And that's kind of like where the fake friendship comes in, right? You don't want to actually interact with that person. You know they have a negative influence on your content, but you want to keep an eye on them. So you kind of like allow them to exist on your platform because it adds to the views and so on. So it's kind of like you have a controlled op group within your, network that's basically allowed to be there, right?
You constructive criticism.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What did you do when you got your first viral video?
Okay, so I'm the producer, and the reason why the show's famous is because of the co-host of the show that I work with. So are you asking about what video went viral? Because if you go to our YouTube, okay.
It's not what I asked.
Oh, so that was your.
What did you personally do when you or your fucking collection of people got your first viral video? What did you do?
Well, well, how many millions of views? Because I can give you an example for a specific video.
Right. She thinks she's famous, basically, right? So in her mind, they are famous, right? So because they've worked with Owen Benjamin, right? So yeah.
Pick one. Your first viral video is the one that I'm looking for you to pick.
Fucking sign up with a company called Scale Lab. That's your first thing. Fucking sign up with a company called Scale Lab. That's
looking for you to pick.
Fucking sign up with a company called Scale Lab. That's.
How do you get a viral video? I want to know how you get a viral video, right? This is the answer. How do you get a viral video? I wonder. How do you get a viral video? This is the answer.
Looking for you to pick.
Fucking sign up with a company called Scale Lab.
Scale Lab. Right? So there's tons of companies like this, Scale Lab and other companies, right, where they'll guarantee you a certain amount of growth if you sign up to them, right? So it's a bunch of fake. It's basically just fake, right? The content, the people who produce the content, right, so on and so forth, right? Totally fake, right? So yeah, so how do you grow your channel? You sign up with a company. You give them money, right? And then they guarantee you a certain amount of growth, right? And right, you're basically paying for the growth, right? With their resources and their legal team, right? Which she'll explain.
That's your first thing. And then
what did you do? You and your people.
You sign up with Scale Lab and you start having a company that helps with you with your algorithms. And then if anybody starts messing with you, they are the ones that are in touch with lawyers, because at that point you're playing with the big boys and you want to do everything you can to maintain it. You want to maintain your subs, you want to maintain interest. And so there are different companies that you partner with and they help you, which is why it's funny that people think that they're just going to organically maintain their followings when we are completely saturated. It's not 2016. Which is why it's funny that people think that they're just going to organically maintain their followings when people think that they're just going to organically maintain their followings.
Right. There is no organic growth on the tube. It's all manufactured. All of it is manufactured. You got to sign up with the company to grow.
That people think that they're just going to organically maintain their followings when we are completely saturated. It's not 2016 anymore. YouTube's dead.
YouTube dead. Interesting, right?
Yeah, that's kind of true, and it's also like it's very sanitized. Like YouTube's very sanitized now, and so like I never heard of Scale Lab, but I've definitely heard of stuff like that. Where, I mean, you do need experts in order to like ride algorithms and stuff like that, because the algorithms change a lot, and so without
Right.
whatever.
You optimize with something called SEO, which are basically the biggest search terms of the day. And so by strategically naming things and hashtagging to go with the SEO, then when people are just randomly Googling things, they end up with a title of your podcast, which is on all of the, like,
So
Apple,
these-
iTunes.
So the company kind of like advises you, like, hey, here's how you like. We're gonna do
No.
our part, you do your part, and like
We don't have to do anything except what we're doing. And then they're just like having your back like a lawyer. They have lawyers.
No, but what I mean is like, will they help you find like what's trending and stuff like that? Send you like you know what I mean? Like, how do you?
Dude, that stuff's all automated now, man. It's automated.
So like if I like, I'm asking for myself, like if I wanted to find like the right search terms for the day, like I know, like I remember Alex Jones used to do this thing. He would do like a Twitter bomb. So he would like go find like what's trending, and then he would like ride that wave. He would like, okay, I want everyone to use this hashtag plus my hashtag, and we're gonna like try to get to like 100,000 retweets or something like that. I'm just saying, like, is there anything like that where we can go and say like, this is what people are looking for today, or is it more like you just kind of got to scan and figure it out on your own?
Let's see here. I'm saying SEO terms for the fall of 2024, SEO terminology, optimization. So right here, if you Google it, SEO glossary bootcamp institute. Wait, no, let me see here.
So these companies will give you teams of lawyers. They'll tell you, essentially, she's not really saying it that way, but basically what to type to attract the algorithm and views, or basically what to talk about, right? It's important that you hit on the algorithm and whatnot, right?
Okay, so yeah, if you search for that day or you search for that month, or like I did the fall, then right now what I'm seeing is just companies that are advertising how to do it. So I don't know how you would find which ones to put in without a service. Right now they're just trying to gouge everyone so that
Right.
they're trying to gouge people so that you have to get the service. But I know that there used to be a way to just find it. 3 seasons.
Yeah, I think you're right. They definitely like shut down a lot of that. I think there used to be like more like organic stuff. And sorry, Jamie, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead and.
But first,
No,
hold
I'm
on.
glad you did.
Most popular search terms might be just the better way to go instead of trying to be cool and using the word SEO. Some of those popular search terms on Google include, oh my God, can you believe that the search terms are Amazon, Gmail, Translate, WhatsApp, Facebook, and YouTube? So people aren't even searching for things anymore. Taylor Swift is the most searched person on Google right now. So if you just make your video actually about Taylor Swift, not just a hashtag, because then that's just clickbait and people click away, and it doesn't help the algorithms. But if you actually decide to somehow make Taylor Swift a part of your video that has nothing to do with her, then you're going to get more clicks.
Wow, I already knew that thanks to Satan.
Yeah, so how is this company or whatever not telling you what you should cover, right, in your shows, right? You're basically being told what to talk about, right? Basically underhanded. I mean, you don't have to talk about it, but you know, if you don't talk about these specific terms, you won't get rewarded, right? So on and so forth.
Like if you just say like, you know, Taylor Swift would never eat this healthy salad, or I don't know, I just made that up out of nowhere. But you see what I mean? It's just, you didn't need to bring her up, but since she's the hot topic of the day, it's going to show up on somebody's suggestions.
Nice. Jamie, sorry I interrupted you. If you want to continue, I sorry to interrupt you. What you're getting?
No, you're good. So I asked you a simple question. You kept on saying you instead of I. So I'm going to ask it one more time. When you and your, let me expand it a little bit since you made that distinction. When you and your team, your YouTube channel got its first viral video, what did you all decide to do?
Sorry, I was muted. Create a podcast that's not on YouTube to decentralize communication on our own servers, independent of EU guidelines, so that we can do whatever we want, whatever the fuck we want, free of censorship. And we make the first hour free, and then we put the second hour behind the paywall, so people who want to support the continued work that made the viral video will support both the website, and then we are free of censorship. And then now that's why in 2024 we are the only podcast that is literally kicking ass and don't even do shit with
Okay, so how long ago did
Hold
you
on a second. Sorry,
come
hold
up?
on just a second.
Poor Jamie. All he wants is a straight up answer.
There's a method, don't worry. This works out better this way.
Right, sorry, my boyfriend just came to check on me. Go ahead.
Okay, so what year did you decide to make that specific business model move that you just described?
2016.
Okay.
And then we lost the channel because of one of the viral videos on YouTube. So it was the best decision we ever made, because everyone was so pissed that they came and signed up. And that viral video was from 2012, posted in 2013, which is amazing because it took 4 years for them to use that video as an excuse to take the channel down.
Mm-hmm. Cool. So do you know what I did when I made my first viral video?
Tell me.
I took about a month off. Didn't do shit.
Well, in our case, it's a little bit different because we went viral because of like anomalies, astrophotography, telescope work, catching UFOs and lunar waves and all of these different thruster crafts. And
I went viral because of a fucking train derailment that I filmed. And it wasn't the actual derailment. It was just parts of the track that were extremely fucked up. And it happened to be on the same line. And 3 days later, there was a train derailment off of LaSalle Street in Chicago.
Well, I'm so happy that you had a viral video, and I'm so sad that it happened under those circumstances. And I can understand why you wouldn't be able to keep making content, because you can't exactly predict that.
No, I do predict content, or I do make content. Like, it wasn't a prediction. It was actually just a, you know, random short video that made 7.5 million views and got my subscribers up to like 12,000, or I think it was just above 12,000. It laxed off a little bit now because they're deleting accounts and just dead accounts and yada yada.
Right. But I was saying is you randomly captured something and you're not going to get another one. We kept doing viral video after video after video after video after video.
Because you decided to become a robot, not because you have talent.
What the fuck are you talking about? I wasn't even there, and he had a telescope and he was capturing things. So he was lucky. It was based on luck. No one would have given a shit about what he had to say if he didn't capture these interesting things. And if you had captured 1 million videos that were viral, then you would be in the position I am in today, because you would have probably capitalized on the constant viral videos. Because you only got
No.
one, right?
I think you're misinterpreting what my lifestyle is versus what you and
I
your
have no
boyfriend's
idea who
is.
the fuck you are. So why don't you just lay it down instead of being vague? Just tell me how cool and everything you did and what you put on your. You tell me what to
No,
do.
see,
You tell
you're
me
misconstruing it. You're misconstruing. Just
Can you
if
just
you
get
would
to the
close
point?
your mouth. Here, I'm gonna play the
Right.
man role. If you
There.
would just shut the fuck up and know
Thank
your
you.
fucking position in this conversation right
you.
now, this go a whole lot smoother. Okay.
That was my whole point in this conversation is that women need to know their place and listen to the man.
So
Go
shut the
ahead.
fuck up already.
All right.
Lock it up.
Hurry up.
Okay.
Get to the
No,
point.
don't rush me. I don't get rushed. Not even by people that pay me do I get rushed. So shut up.
All
Now,
right. You sound very cool
your
right now.
version. Oh my God, you suck at trolling. Believe me, you're not going to get me upset. You're not going to get me to
Believe me, I am
snap.
the
You're not going
worst
to get me
troll
to
in the
do
world
any of
and
it.
also the worst debater because I always end up agreeing with my opponent. Now, try to just get to the point instead of preempting with these false starts.
No, see, there is a method that I'm doing right now. You're just not intelligent enough to see what I'm
You
doing.
didn't like my method, so now I'm going with yours. You didn't like it, and
But
so
see,
now
I don't
give me
have
your
to
best.
like it, yet I
don't
still
have to like what
succeed
you're
in my
saying.
game. That's the funny part.
Yeah. So play your game. Now I'll shut up and I'll officially follow your lead so you can play your game and get me to the where you want me to figure something out at your leisure and your timing.
Satan loves you.
Stupid motherfucker. Okay. So the reference that I was making is your version of success is different than mine. I have monetary success. I'm very good at what I do. I'm a tradesman. I lay brick and block for a living. I do stonemasonry as well. As far as this online shit, I know that I could become very good at it. I've had pretty good success over the last 2 years, 3 years that I've been doing it. My field of like, you know, what actually makes sense to do content online for me is totally removed from yours. Yours is more of like flash in the pan type shit. It's usually short-lived. It doesn't have longevity to it. You might over time have like a pretty good, like it might give you money or give you personal feeling of like, you know, ownership over a company or something like that. But it's going to be short-lived and you're going to grow out of it. Mentally and physically, you're going to grow out of it. And I think that when you come to that point, I hope that you've taken steps to like sidestep that and gotten to a point in your life where this online shit means nothing, because it really does mean anything. There's some
I
things
thought
on
that you
here
were
that do
talking
mean
about
things.
yourself, aren't you?
Jesus
Shouldn't you talk
fucking
about
Christ, I am woman. Shut your fucking mouth already.
I don't need money. I'm independently rich. I'm 100% Ashkenazi Jew. I don't need money. I'm independently rich. I'm 100% Ashkenazi Jew. I don't need money. I'm independently rich. I'm 100% Ashkenazi Jew.
Already.
I don't need money. I'm independently rich. I'm 100% Ashkenazi Jew. I don't.
All right. Welcome to Axis Rattblood. Blessings. And Tony Drake.
How you going, mate? Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Oh, yeah. I just said, how you going, mate?
Yeah, blessings. It's great to see you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
the
here.
top-
I'm sorry.
Yeah, what's up?
Blessings. I'm here for reference if you need it, GML, and
For
for
sure.
participation.
Yeah, so I mean, as a reference, is there any connection between you and Crow 777 or maybe Rose 777, or have you had any interactions with this person and so on and so forth?
Well, if you notice, I have Rose 777 in my opening intro song from Synthetic Warrior when we were doing skits on Synthetic Warrior, and Rose 777 was promoting Synthetic Warrior.
Oh, okay. Okay, so that's interesting.
Yeah, and when she was on Tommy's, we were having a discussion about the interaction that we had on Synthetic Warriors and how I used her in my opening intro song to my channel. So we've had personal interactions, and I've had behind the scenes discussions with a couple individuals concerning her. So, but I will allow Rose to speak for herself, but I will say that she is on the list.
Yes. And of course, they are welcome to call in and talk about anything in terms of, anything we've covered. I don't think any of it has been largely negative. We've just shown on the screen what they've shown on screen. So I've not delved into any allegations about people or whatever, but I just think some of the things they talk about on screen is pretty interesting. And some of the topics they've chosen to discuss and their attitude towards those topics and how they gain their platform and their voice and how they reach so many people and so on and so forth. I've been fascinated by all of that, right? But yeah, independently rich Ashkenazi Jays. That's right. Shout out to all my independently rich Ashkenazi Jays. You go, girl. Right, yeah, so,
But yeah, I think you're hitting on all cylinders here, and I think they produce their own volatile content by just appearing and opening their mouths.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, we'll have some other connections with some of the foulest trolls. Obviously, she has colluded with lots of people. So lots of people have actually slept at her house, right? So there's a number of online creators that are in this area. I think Brian O'Shea, Aluma Tommy,
Jack
Talcott. Jack Talcott. So a number of content creators from this area have slept at her house, right, and stayed with her. And she's in contact with other trolls like Sanity Machine and Aluma Tommy and others, right? So
yeah, right now she is, and not to cut you off, I'm sorry about that.
No, it's fine. Yeah, go ahead.
She's currently with Snafu Snaps on chat, and she's been hanging out at the Sanity Machine El Diablo Radio,
right,
better known as King Steven, which, I detract the pronoun.
Right. So if people are not aware of those shows, those are some of the people that will regularly call into other shows to try to disrupt the conversation. So that's why it's highly interesting, right? Because they don't have successful channels, but they will disrupt other people's content, right? So that seems to be planned. And a lot of times where they try to do that, it's manufactured, right? So we've sometimes used that, sometimes to our advantage, sometimes to our failing, right? Having colluded with people who basically may give you a bad reputation and name and so on and so forth, right? So that seems to be part of the plot in terms of gatekeeping and so on and so forth. So we will observe some of these her interactions with some of these malicious trolls, like for example, Sanity Machine. Well, we're gonna observe her interaction with Sanity Machine, her interaction with Aluma Tommy when they were living together. Right, I'm tempted to say Aluma Dummy because we were beefing at one point, but I'm trying to be nicer to these people. All right, so
well, I call him Aluma Kadi now.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So
for those that are in the know.
Yeah, of course, Jack Talcott shows a major hub for some of these actors and whatnot. So I have a few more clips and stuff that will maybe take another hour. And in the last clip, we will observe an interaction between Axis Rattblood and the Powder Dusty, who we're calling the Paranoid Dusty. because he seems to be making some wide allegations, right? The type that are rather uncharacteristic of him. You know, he's usually more calculated, right? Blessings to Avian for joining.
Yeah, interject some stuff. And this is kind of a philosophical discussion, but it's related to what we're discussing. And I want to hear people's contributions. I'm not trying to sound arrogant here, but don't you think some degree of gatekeeping is necessary? Like, I don't like how society constantly tests people, but at the same time, tests sometimes have some merit to them, you know what I mean? And,
Right.
a lot of these people, they just are, like if you go in real life and you walk in downtown or whatever urban center you live nearby, you see, most people talk about nonsense, and I just zone out when I hear most people, and they don't make their taste or their focuses, intellectual endeavors, or their aesthetic sensibilities, any of that clear, in the beginning. You see, I mean, like someone who reads, like, just speaking, as an example here, someone who reads stuff like Shakespeare and high literature is on average going to be more intelligent than someone who watched his blockbuster films all the time.
Yeah, and that's actually the reason why. See, so that's a dual thing, because it would be fine if they were testing people to filter them into a higher form of content, but this is actually distraction to make people commoners, right? So that they engage in goy slop content, so that it delves them down, so that they're easier to control, right? Because you want to, so the elite, basically fed production companies that are creating this, they want hordes of dumb people to analyze stuff so that they can lead, right? They could feed those people any type of narrative they want, right? Wouldn't that be perfect, right?
It does seem to be the case, yes.
Right.
What you're saying is astute. That maybe these people are actors and they have certain funding or agencies backing
Exactly.
in order to dumb down the masses or
Right.
so. Yes.
And to create like a type of herd thinker, right? Because people who their mind is basically filled with just piles of goy slop, they're not ready to think about the things you've mentioned, right? So that's the thing, is like on average, right, somebody who reads Shakespeare, but these people, they will not on average be reading that. So that's the thing, is like, so it seems to be a play behind that, dumbing down to average out people, and then, apparently you could make them extremely easy to control. Anonymous, we're not doing that. You go ahead and cam up, or else you're not coming on the show, or get the fuck out of here.
The most significant thing that Shakespeare ever said was, all the world is a stage.
Absolutely. There you go, Tony. Very relevant.
No, let's look a little bit deeper into it.
Right.
I believe in a creator who is still creating today through each and every one of us. I believe that we are each person, or real people, and I would love to know some statistics, but I'm of the opinion that the majority of so-called humans on Earth are nothing other than a material robot. They're completely programmed from the beginning, and they're robots. Let's identify who they are, call them by their proper name, parasites, and let's look at how the parasite is being fed. And if you go and look at a map of the world, and if you can ask AI, which is the most representative map of the world, and bring it up on the screen, you will soon see the lifeline of the parasite, especially if you put in something like undersea cables and realize what going through the Straits of Hormuz, or whatever you call it. Undersea cables are the lifeblood of the parasite. Once we understand that, we can all get on the same fucking page and stop arguing about incidental things. Let's stick to the fucking crux of the matter: the survival of mankind.
I want actually, Tony, you get a good example. And
The
you know, I'm not sure if you-
transcontinent. I'm sorry, Avian. Go ahead.
yes.
No,
I
I'm.
want to read a poem from Borges, George Louis Borges, about Shakespeare and actors. So it is about actors. I want all of your opinions, including TMO, about this short poem.
Right.
And I read it.
We will have to move on to the rest of the content after this, but yeah, I
Yeah.
appreciate you, Avian. Yeah.
I can't read it.
Oh no. I said read it, but soon we will have to move on to the rest of the content because I have almost an hour of videos left to show the people.
Yeah, almost
and
an
and of
hour.
course we will have open discussion after that as well. So, and I'll drop the link
almost.
again. Anonymous, you cannot come on the show until you came up and present yourself backstage. We're not letting random people come on the show so that they can do what they need to do, right? So, so I apologize for that today, right? Today and in the future, you'll have to show yourself to come on the show. Sorry.
Yeah, so this is a short poem about actors by George Louis Borges, who was a famous, I think, Argentinian writer. It's the poem. It's 2 paragraphs, so it's not long. It's called Everything and Nothing. I want people's opinion on it, and I will not read too much. There was no one inside him, nothing but a trace of chill, a dream dreamt by no one else beside the face that looks like no other face, even in the bad paintings of the period, and the abundant, whimsical, impassioned words. He started out assuming that everyone was just like him, the puzzlement of a friend to whom he had confided a little of his emptiness, revealed his error, and left him with the lasting impression that the individual should not diverge from the species. At one time, he thought he could find a cure for his ailment in books and accordingly learned the small Latin and less Greek, to which a contemporary later referred. He next... Wait, is this the right poem? Yeah, this is the right poem. Wait. He next decided that what he was looking for might be found in the practice of one of humanity's more elemental rituals. He allowed Anne Hathaway to initiate him over the course of a long June afternoon. His 20s, he went to London. He had become instinctively adept at pretending to be somebody, so that no one would suspect he was in fact nobody. Pretending to be somebody so that no one would suspect that he was in fact nobody. In London, he discovered the profession for which he was destined, that of the actor who stands on a stage, and pretends to be someone else in front of a group of people who pretend to take him for that other person. Theatrical work brought him rare happiness, possibly the first he had ever known. I'm almost done. But when the last line had been applauded and the last corpse removed from the stage, the odious shadow of unreality fell over him again. He ceased being Firax or Tamberlane and went back to being nobody. Hard pressed, he took to making up other heroes, other tragic tales, while his body fulfilled its bodily destiny in taverns and brothels of London. The soul inside it belonged to Caesar, who paid no heed to the oracle's warning, and Juliet, who hated skylarks, and Macbeth in conversation on the heath, with witches who were also the Fates. No one was as many men as this man. Like the Egyptian Proteus, he used up the forms of all creatures. Every now and then, he would tuck a confession into some hidden corner of his work, certain that no one would spot it. Richard states that he plays many roles in one. And Iogo makes the odd claim, I am not what I am. The fundamental identity of existing, dreaming, and acting inspired him to write famous lines. For 20 years, he kept up his controlled delirium. Then one morning, he was overcome by the tedium and horror of being all those kings who died by the sword, and all those thwarted lovers who came together and broke apart and meticulously suffered, the very day he decided to sell his toupee. Before the week was out, he had returned to his hometown. There he reclaimed the trees and the river of his youth, without tying them to the other selves, and his muse had sung, decked out in mythological allusion and Latinate words. He had to be somebody, and so he became a retired impresario who dabbled in money lending, lawsuits, and petty usury. It was as this character that he wrote the rather dry last will and testament with that which we are familiar, having purposefully expunged from it every trace of emotion and every literary flourish. When friends visited him from London, he went back and playing the role of a poet for their benefit. So this is the most important part. Okay, this is the most important part. What I want your opinions on before we continue on, and I don't want to take up too much time. The story goes that shortly before or after his death, when he found himself in the presence of God, he said, "I who have been so many people, so many men in vain, want to be one man only myself." The voice of God answered him out of a whirlwind, "Neither am I what I am. I dreamed the world the way you dreamed your plays. Dear Shakespeare, you are one of the shapes of my dreams. Like me, you are everything and nothing. Like me, you are everything and nothing. Like me, you are everything and nothing." And so I want to hear your opinions of what I just read. All of you here, what is truly an actor? Are we all acting? What is an actor?
Yes. I totally agree with every sentiment in that. Yes, I agree.
I think that we represent a self-reflective outward projection of a personification that we deem to be acceptable not only to others but to ourselves. But I do not abide by that guideline.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm drunk. I don't even remember.
I think that there is a ultimate truth, right? So in terms of God, I don't think God would pretend to be anything. I don't think God would be a deceiver in any way, right? So so there's my entire opinion about it, right? But I do understand the idea that the reality takes many shapes, and and some of those shapes seem to contain some of the plays behind reality seem to be self-contained, if you will, right? So they don't seem to go outside of, so there does seem to be certain aspects of reality that are for God's amusement, right? So they seem to appear to us as a play because they have no ultimate reason behind them, right? So there's my 2 cents on the whole thing. But very interesting poem indeed, very interesting sentiment, as everybody an actor, including God, right? And so on and so forth. So Buddha hitting on the very hard questions, so I greatly appreciate that, Buddha. Thank you for that, man.
No problem. You can continue on. Sorry for interrupting. I just wanted to.
No, it's fine. No, highly relevant stuff. I like what you said, and gives people something deeper to think about, and also makes the show a little bit more versatile than just the goy slop. Obviously, this is how we normally talk on the show. This is the only drama show we do, made by Machinebob, right? So let's look at some of the panel actors. We'll be back, and here is a song by Ill Bill called Cult Leader, one of my favorite songs. Hopefully we don't get popped for the video, but yeah, I appreciate you guys.
Leader, the warmonger, armed with 4 high-powered firearm barometers. I visited Andromeda, the human cloner, to donate to my fam organ donor. The morbid odor, the corpse is lowered. The coroner, the cult leader, result meter. The skull and bones bleeder. The chrome heater, the soul eater, the tone reader. The cloak and dagger magnum packer. Convert star systems to active vacuums. The illest shits, expansion had goons. The great communicator. Alien Tomb Raider, consume data. Cut from the same cloth to produce Vader. The cult leader, the ultimate fighting champion. The beneficent, the lamb, the messiah, the religion. It's 1,000 faces, more than the cross and the star of David. I'm the combination of God and Satan. The humble shepherd, the son of lepers. The stuff of legends, the cult leader. I've indulged in the most disgusting of pleasures. Likeable and charismatic. My smiling face has been enough to make a mother leave her children in a violent place. I turn these to noodles. I make my female followers walk me until they pussies dripping like fruit juice. The pervert, the pathological, the prophet. I'm the second coming, the antichrist, the final conflict. Who got nuclear weapons and a suicidal doctrine? The cult leader, and I'll never stop until I got you locked in. Cult leader.
And everywhere, his words are greeted with enthusiasm.
I'm the cult leader.
His listeners have found a personal revelation in what he has to say.
Cult leader.
You will obey your instinct and try to dominate others.
I'm the motherfucking cult leader.
Such power transforms, elevates, even purifies.
The life taker. Followers fly planes into skyscrapers. Send you a disease through the mail wrapped inside paper. The gospel preacher, the hostile teacher, the face of God with an apostle's features. It's the prophecy, the cult leader, the people's temple, the holy ground, the war compound, the 4 pound, the rifle, the disciples, the holy idols, supreme truth, the cult leader with the green tooth, the multi-millionaire with the stare that can freeze troops. I program people to kill. The motivational speaker, my words cause people to feel. It's mind control. Let the cult leader guide your soul. Open up your eyes to the lies they told. The general, the chief, I be the political pioneer. The cult leader, you can believe in me. I am here, bless the children. Take you under my wing shelter. Helter skelter, this is it. You can't kill me, I'll exist forever. Cult leader.
The leader. A champion of the underdog.
I'm the cult leader.
Who tried to show the path of truth to amaze all mankind.
Cult leader.
Scorned, ridiculed, and condemned.
I'm the motherfucking cult leader.
Words are inadequate to convey the majesty of the
cult leader.
The leader. The leader.
I'm the cult leader. Cult leader. I'm the motherfucking cult
All right, let's go to the hell realm with Queen Queefin and observe what petty tricks they have in store. Wow, that is trash. Have you ever heard trash like that? Wow, that's hard to hear on the ears. Like after what we just heard, which is a great song by Ill Bill. Good Lord. What is this awful noise from the pits of Tartarus? Ooh. AI slop. Let's skip it, folks.
Or writing or artwork or all the different things that an artist can create the way I do, their bias kind of gets in the way and puts on beer goggles or envy goggles or bias goggles. There's a lot in this realm like that, I notice, where if
Yeah,
they
and
feel a certain way about someone, artist can create the way I do, their bias kind of gets in the way and puts on beer goggles or an envy controls what people hear. They can't just enjoy music or writing or artwork or all the different things that an artist can create the way I do. Their bias kind of gets in the way and puts on beer goggles or envy goggles or bias goggles. There's a lot in this realm like that, I notice, where if
yeah,
they
and
feel a certain way about someone, they won't like anything they do. It's remarkable. It's like they've never grown up. It's arrested development.
Yeah, there's something wrong with Melanie. I'm very close with her, and we sing karaoke together, and we practice our
Arrested
Spanish on
development.
Duolingo. And she knows how much I respect you and how much I care about you. And you remember she came into your chat, and I knew immediately I didn't think she was going to behave herself.
Yeah, I didn't think she was genuine. I didn't buy it. She's always been this way towards me.
She's
'Cause
been
there
this
is
way
some-
forever. She's a troll. She's an actual.
I don't even
troll.
call it a troll. I think it's based on envy. I don't think it's somebody being immature. I think it's somebody envious that can't take it. And there's a lot of them in the so-called panelverse.
That's a lie, Melanie. You didn't get banned immediately. I was there and watching you say sentences, and then you like crossed the line, and it was so obvious.
Well,
And then he abandoned you
There's
appropriately.
no one else that does that. I don't tolerate like I didn't just ban her immediately. Nobody on my channel did. But the thing is, she was trying to get banned anyway. She's always disrespectful. And I don't tolerate that. I don't tolerate that in my home. Why would I on YouTube?
Why should he take you seriously? And I wish
I'll
you were
never
being
take
serious.
her seriously
Melanie.
after this. It's been
Look at
years of her
Loretta.
doing this. Like, she has a real obsession with me. She's not the only one. Don't judge
And
me.
now I
Has a
have
real
to
obsession. Go ahead.
I'm banning Noelle. I don't understand why people think that I have to pander to Noelle. You know, like that's another
Yeah.
thing. But anyway, but let's not go there.
Well, it's okay. She has a straw. She can keep herself occupied. She can chew on that dirty straw that's probably fallen on the floor a few times today.
Yeah, when I first was introduced to her, I realized that sometimes she acts more retarded than other times. So she's on her own level of trolling as well.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so yeah, there's
She's
just
a
a bunch
troll.
of losers.
She is a loser. She's pulled out her titty on certain shows, not on mine. I banned her a while ago because she listened to certain YouTubers like Melanie and Venus, certain ones that are in the panelverse. They're just addicted to shit shows.
That's a true story. There's a mentally handicapped person that will call into the panels apparently, and sometimes they will pull out their titty to cancel the show. So I believe that's planned by these
Yeah,
people.
she did that. Sorry to interrupt, but she did that on Flow States and shut the stream down.
Yeah, it was a show where I was added, by the way, in the
What do you
title.
do on that one?
So it was the only show where I was added ever on Flow State where they did that. So pretty weird that that's the case, right? So I think that's targeted. You know, this person who they're saying is not as mentally handicapped as they appear to be, so on and so forth. So yeah, we just won't allow people like that on the show for obvious reasons, right? But yeah.
And drama, Jerry
And they're
Springer
all
type
here
levels.
now. They're all here. Why are they suddenly here when you're here with me? Because they're jealous. They see Oak Stevens there. Let's go try and give them a hard time.
Well, they'll hate
But-
watch my channel. They'll see that I'm live and they'll follow me around wherever I go. That's one of the things they do.
Good. Well, the haters are going to watch, and we love it because we have free real estate in their brains. And yeah,
Yes.
with the Noelle thing, it's possible to be, you know, a retard who also has bad intentions and trying to cause trouble with the consciousness that they do have. So anyway, I just don't like.
I think
my
Melanie's
siblings-
probably on the same level as Noelle. I don't think
yeah,
they're that much
maybe.
apart in terms of maturity, maybe even in terms of IQ. But Noelle definitely knows what she's doing. She plays up being retarded and whatever special needs. But other times she knowingly goes places to troll them, to act up, to try to get their channels shut down with words, with pulling out her nipple on live streams, things like that. She knows what she's doing.
Yeah, Melanie knows what she's doing, and she also has certain skills with landscaping, and she saves beta fish and gives them a lovely home, and that's it. There's nothing else you do other than make maybe a good grilled cheese sandwich, Melanie. So just sit back and learn from King Stephen's words. You could learn from him. He's trying to show you something. He's trying to show you something. And also
But the thing is, Rose, some people still have the idea that I'm trying to help these ones get out. They're FUBAR. I think she belongs here. And it's not just Melanie. I would say most in this realm that behave that way. I don't want to spend eternity with her. She would be doing the same thing.
Really? Yeah, I want to give a comment if I can. Most people's speech is vacuous. Vacuous.
Right.
Yeah, and it's like
Yeah, you
hollow
notice that, right?
wind. It's like hollow wind.
Yeah,
There's
exactly.
no weight to their words. There's nothing of substance to
Yeah,
their
that's
words.
why we call him Queefin.
Yeah.
Totally. King Queefin. Queen Queefiny.
Yeah, they're dumb. They're stupid. Yeah.
Yeah, literal this is the entire show. It's reacting to people and talking like this about who has skills and who doesn't have skills. A conversation about a conversation that's never going to happen.
Just gossip, basically.
Gossip.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would you say
That's
Jack
pretty much.
Talkout is like that?
Basically 90% of his show devolves into that. I don't know if that's on purpose or not, but pretty much most of the shows that, other than his monologue, right, where nobody participates in his monologue, just him. So, I mean, maybe if he just did his monologue and then ended the show, right, it would be
Should I
much
go
better.
tell that straight to his face? I'll go do it right now. I'll go tell him straight to his face. Nothing of substance comes out of your mouth. You don't have anything beneficial to give. Should I go do that right now? I can go do that right now because I see
I don't know
you.
how.
Yeah, I can do it right now. I'll go do it right now. I can. You can share it too.
Go
I'll go
where?
to NPC
Go
the
where and
game,
say what to who?
and I'll tell Jack Talcott. Nothing you say is of substance.
Yeah, but
I'll
how
go
will
do
you
it right
find
now.
him?
Well, I can tell you, he was just on Landry's panel.
Oh, okay, so yeah, so there's tons of people that are live during this stream. They think there's tons of
Yes.
more important things that they could be doing than analyzing the information that we have here. Probably because they're involved with the groups, and we've exposed multiple times how they are involved with the groups. So hilarious that they try to disturb our program here. And we see you going live at the same time. You should have participated in our content instead. Big mistake. Big mistake. We see you though.
Thing out of body in spirit, harassing good spirits like me. She'll say she's all ears. I've had a channel for years. She has shown no curiosity or interest in my work. And that's fine. She can get recycled and stay here. And that's not a threat. That's not punishment. It is what it is. Like, they laugh it off, but
it is
this
punishment.
This is where they're going to stay. They're not
Okay, I'm
spending
sorry.
eternity harassing me. There's no way.
Would you like me to ban her right now?
Yeah, sure. I would get
Oh,
rid
but
of
you
her.
want all
I
eternity
think
to
she's
harass
useless.
everybody
I
else.
would say Noelle has more to say that's interesting than
Right.
Melanie. She just repeats herself. She's just mocking, insulting, and that's her. She's a one-trick pony. But it's great to see Mind Mirage here, and I have people tuned in on my channel. We have a bunch of people watching.
Yeah, that's really who I care about the most is the people in your chat. You have the best chat on YouTube. I have your channel which was your backup channel listed in the description. I would encourage anybody who's finding it here to go over to your channel to watch, because the purpose of my channel is really just to, like I said, I have enjoyable conversation with people that I appreciate, and then I want to drive the traffic over to that better content, because this isn't really a show. This is more like a public conversation. I don't want to call it a show to diminish the good work that people actually do. Like if you go back to like the Des Yarnaz or just like a variety show, now that's a show. And nowadays people think that they can just click the go live button and think that they're, like.
So yeah, she's capping hard. She's saying this is the best chat on YouTube, and like it's just full of bots. Most times it's inactive, right? So it's really weird that she would even say that. So this whole thing is basically her promoting his channel, which is 90% him just trolling people, pretty much, right?
Legitimate content creators. and
Yeah,
I'm
or
no
they'll
illusions
call
about
it a. Sorry for jumping in, but they'll call it a broadcast, like Paul the slave, that Gingy that's it's Jack's buddy that's basically running his show. They'll say my broadcast. They try to make themselves sound like broadcasters. It's like hyping himself up like he's Howard Stern or something, which I think he kind of wanted to be at the beginning. But it's like it's kind of a narcissistic pat on the back that he does, like, oh, my broadcast. And
So she brags that she started Paul Enslaved and Jack Talcott, this lady. So that's important to note. Let's go to this panel on toilet
That's
bowl
not
birth.
Rose 777, is it?
Yeah.
Holy
Let me,
shit, it is?
Yeah.
If I
Wow,
can clarify,
that says a lot.
Oh, yeah. Have you seen the first part of the show, Reddington, at all?
No, I was doing other things.
Oh, shit. Well, wait till you see that part because it's interesting. Yeah.
yeah, if I can, I'll clarify a little something about that. It was actually Brian at High Impacts that got Paul Enslaved his base audience.
Right. But I've simply said that she's claimed it, right? So
Right.
I mean, Paul has contested that live with her, so he has said no, that's not the case, and yada yada as well. So so here is another panel here. This is on toilet bowl birth. Right, so I don't know why it's happening there or why these broads get to tell Toilet Bowl Birth how to run his channel or if he's involved with them in any capacity, because they literally tell him, oh, now it's time for you to go smoke a cigarette, and us and Rose 777 are going to have a conversation on your channel. So that literally happens to Toilet Bowl Birth. So is Toilet Bowl Birth actually involved with these groups? I don't know. I'll never know, but it seems like he has some interesting collusions, right?
Yeah, guess what? I just called Jack Talcott an actor on Gabriel's show. I just did that. You know, I go to these people and I call them out. These motherfuckers, they're nothing compared to me. You know, I'm ready for the fight. I'm ready for Ragnarok. I'm ready for Ragnarok. I'm ready.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so there's 5 minutes on here. So let's check this out for a little bit because this is interesting interactions. But like I said, he allows them to run his panel, which is interesting optics, right?
I don't know why is it a big deal to have the girls on? It's okay.
I don't know. No, I don't, because dudes are so fucking insecure. Dudes are so fucking insecure that.
So
the second
dudes are insecure, he's literally simping with them. Really odd behavior, but
yeah, he's
defend a woman. You're either
pretty much a
simp or
zombie
feminine.
now, right? They might as well run his channel.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's not got much going on these days.
Because I'm such a feminist out here.
Oh,
I don't know why is it a big deal to have.
That's nasty work.
Dude, he sounds like a zombie right now.
Yeah, that's nasty work right there, bro.
Hell no! Hell no! That shit ain't gonna happen.
Yeah. See, where's that energy
The
at?
girls
It's
on.
gone.
It's okay.
I don't
get the girls on. It's okay.
No. I don't, because dudes are so fucking insecure. Dudes are so fucking
it's
insecure
okay.
that
So
the second you defend a woman, you're either a simp or a feminist.
and it's okay to have a panel with all women. It's okay to do that.
Or sometimes a poser.
Yeah, let women. I'm gonna let women take over this panel.
Some closeted men surround
No.
themselves with women.
TBE, come back.
No, come back, TBE.
EBT, come back.
I'm a man. You want the man, bro? Yeah, man. You want some chicken? You want some grease? I'm a man.
Oh boy, Cringe City on the comedy bits here on fucking I'll
be right. I really have to go outside
at the
for a
Improv
smoke.
store
Let me
here.
come back. All right. ladies.
Okay. Go for the smoke. Bex will hold it down.
We'll all do our best.
Yeah, this is my first time on this channel. Bex is a regular everywhere that
So there's the one on the far left. She's Rose. Then in the middle, there's Don't Judge Me. Then on the far right, there's Bex, right? So we're looking at them have a conversation, right?
I've ever seen her, and she seems to have her thumb on the pulse, and I'm sure that she is prepared to present anything to make this an entertaining conversation. Good content.
Rose. But Rose, I heard that you were basically you would put how can I put this? Way back in the day, Z described you as basically being like the truther HR. That you had like a file on, because I was calling you new girl, and he would get upset with me. She's not new. She's been around forever.
Well, you know, it seems like you are like really like maybe like the equivalent of me, but just in different circles. And so I'm new to you, and you have every right to say that to me. I support you calling me the new girl because it's refreshing.
Well, and I have to admit, okay, the day I was going into you in on you over at Flow States was sorry, chat, for those that may not have been there to see. You know, when you finally responded up there, I was like, I got her, you know, so I'm sorry. I was just playing. I've mostly just been playing. It started, you know, but your choice of house pets is, you know, and friends is like, you know, I've been kind of joking lately, is like your real handicap.
House
you know?
pets. House pets.
Now
Are you talking about Tommy?
Yes.
Oh,
you know,
Bex.
Yes.
So
Yes.
on a scale of, well, okay, this wouldn't be a scale of 1 to 10. Okay, so who, in your opinion, is more crazy that I had live with me? Tommy or Brian O'Shea?
Ooh, but I thought you were gonna say Tommy or Notch.
Oh, that's
But
a good.
Notch
Oh
and
yeah,
Notch is
don't
like a
forget
completely
Notch.
different situation.
Pardon me?
Yeah.
What did you say, Rose?
I consider the Nachi Keta situation to be kind of different because we were really close friends for 5 years. And it wasn't kind of like, oh, wait, Jason's looking at me. I just am trying to find a tank top, and so I'm sitting in my closet while I find one. Sorry. He signed.
No,
Okay,
no.
so-
I can see that. Yeah. I didn't know much about Brian O'Shea. This is what I would say about internet personalities in general, is that, you know, one thing about Tommy is that he's an extrovert. Like he's a overt character, not a covert character. So I would say other people may have more covert nature to them. And, you know, I'm not going to say that about Brian O'Shea. I don't know him well enough, right? Like, but he's quieter. So I would just say Tommy's like, the one thing about Tommy is he's sort of an in-your-face kind of person. That's not going to change. So he's going to wear himself on his own sleeve, you know?
Yeah, well,
emotions and everything. Yeah.
At the time, Brian and I were close, like texting phone people, and he was a fan of the show.
She's doing her
and
face.
So, you know, when he came, he helped us out with the hurricane. And remember, this is a big
She's always
difference between
doing
Brian
that.
and Tommy. Brian has a car, so you know he'd go out and about, and he'd be doing his own thing, and we really wouldn't know what he'd be up to or care. And then when he'd be back, we would see him and roll joints or whatever. But Tommy doesn't have a car, so he's always here. And yes, he's very outgoing, but then also introverted. And so when his door is closed and the lights off, no interaction. And then, you know, when the door is open, there's just like a mutual understanding, like open door policy. Everyone's walking around, talking shit to each other, roasting each other. And I feel like what?
Yes.
In your fucking mind, hang up.
What?
I need to teach these people a lesson. They're all stupid.
Yeah, hold on a second, Avian. We gotta hear this part.
Going, but then also introverted. And so when his door is closed and the lights off, no interaction. And then, you know, when the door is open, there's just like a mutual understanding, like open door policy. Everyone's walking around, talking shit to each other, roasting each other. And I feel like what?
You are losing your fucking mind. Hang up.
What? What? And then Tommy came, he helped us out with the hurricane. And remember, this is a big difference between Brian and Tommy. Brian has a car, so you know he'd go out and about, and he'd be doing his own thing, and we really wouldn't know what he'd be up to or care. And then when he'd be back, we would see him and roll joints or whatever. But Tommy doesn't have a car, so he's always here. And yes, he's very outgoing, but then also introverted. And so when his door is closed and the lights off, no interaction. And then, you know, when the door is open, there's just like a mutual understanding, like open door policy. Everyone's walking around, talking shit to each other, roasting each other. And I feel like what?
You are losing your fucking mind. Hang up.
What?
Listen, man, this is constant what about what? You know, like just a dumb woman. You know, this woman. Like, what the fuck are they talking about? Just dumb
Yeah.
shit. She keeps going, what? You
Yeah,
know?
I'll tell you what it is. She's giving personal information about his life. Like, for example, he doesn't have a car because he pretends on stage that he has all this money and that he pretends to be homeless and so on and so forth. And then he's living at her house. So then she's saying that she actually has a bunch of these actors and they have this open door policy with certain people where everyone's walking around roasting each other, so on and so forth. So she has weird interactions like that, right? So it's fascinating type of stuff where he's getting embarrassed by what she's saying on stage, right? And telling her to hang up the phone.
Fucking mind. Hang up.
What?
Oh.
He's mad that I'm talking about whether or not I am.
No, you are wrong. Kill it.
Oh. My.
Well, so to reframe, I would say I might.
So she's living with the Lumatami. She's living with Jack Talcott. Here's the Lumatami explaining how he lived with this lady here. So let me show you guys this one. This is wild because they say some pretty interesting things in this about the living situation as well.
Stay at Rose's was your short stay kind of like the daily sounds of the throes of death? Like I would always wake up to like, yeah, that's what.
Hold on 1 second. Let me talk to Tommy real quick. If that's don't mind. Like I'm interested in your experience, Tommy. So I stayed with Rose for 1 month and 1 week.
I think I was 2 months. I think it was about
1 month, 1 week. Okay, 2 months you stayed? Wow. So yeah, there's a lot of like guttural.
From morning routines to weekend sidelines. When the temperature drops, bring the heat.
Whoops, I accidentally recorded this hands. So here.
For
Sad, Ramon.
1 week.
So he's saying that he stayed there for 1 month. They're talking about staying at her house, right?
I think I was 2 months. I think it was about 2
1 month,
months.
1 week. Okay, 2 months you stayed? Wow. So yeah, there was a lot of like guttural like throwing up noises that were happening right next door. That was like sounds of death over there.
I was actually impressed with how well she hid from the Panelverse, like her daily ailment things. But yeah, the medication, some of her quirks and social stuff was much more understandable once I saw that medication regimen and partook of some of that medication regimen.
Look,
Well,
I'll
she
be
says
honest.
you
Like,
boofed it.
what?
Oh, I beat some of her stuff, yeah.
What sort of
Ever
regimen?
since I found out about boofing, if I did, like once I found out about boofing in the ecstasy days, if you could boof it, I've tried it.
Why do you prefer boofing to normal uptake methods?
It's straight to your system. Yeah, you don't lose anything through your digestive tract. It's like probably the closest thing to injection without
I
injection.
wouldn't even know how much to boof. I just think that that's not something I would.
You gotta
even
be
never-
careful. You gotta be careful.
I wonder if Bend boofing over is and what- say, "Ah, Flo."
Somebody's mic is constantly popping. I don't know why. Look.
Oh, it's probably the McDonald's.
Look. Let me just say this. Like, I'm grateful that I had a place to land. You know, coming from India, I was like basically homeless. Okay, so I'm grateful for that. But long story short, it was a bit of a horror-y type of situation there. Okay, and both Jason and Rose to me were not the type of person that I had, like I thought I knew, like online, like living with them. And you know, like I was doing a lot of organizing and cleaning, like that room right next to where I stayed, you know, that corner room where the internet was. I mean, that place was completely like shit unpiled of each other, like you know, plants like just like on the floor with dirt on the floor. Like it was crazy. There were like a lot of really, really messy situation that was going on there, and I organized everything. So I imagine it's like relatively clean when you got there. I don't know, but I just couldn't. The energy wise, I just couldn't stay with them for long. You know, that's all.
And I installed some cat doors. I actually had a good stay, but I think it's because I had traveled all winter, and by the time I got there, they were like, "You got to go see New Orleans. You got to do this." I was like, "Nah, I just want to crash out, just do some editing. I just want to crash out." And because I took this like, man, no, fuck it, I kind of alphaed. Like I didn't like boss them around their house, but I kind of just stood firm and alphaed my situation. And I think it went smooth that way. And everybody just kind of fell into place.
Oh yeah, everybody did.
Yeah, it's like the worst was like me telling Rose to leave me alone, because you know she has her party nights where she just like does the medication, drinks on it and stuff, just comes rolling in and stuff, and I'm like, not right now. I like roll her outside and shut the door if I didn't feel like it, but I wasn't mad or nothing. It was a good time.
Okay, well, I'm kind of surprised that you were able to stay there for 2 months. That's quite a while.
I'm actually not what I portray online.
That is the record, because I was holding the record for like month and a week, and then you broke that for 2 months.
How long did Brian O'Shea stay there?
About a month.
What up, Hormaxer? Welcome.
So Brian O'Shea has called in here multiple times, right? So there's multiple people, and I think he also mentioned Crow 777 Radio. I think he thinks that they do good stuff. I've not looked into their show at all, right? So I can't confirm or deny.
I think it's like you get a free hour, and the second hour is like behind a paywall, if I remember right.
Seems like they do some grifting there, and now there's this really weird guy. This guy here on the top right of his channel, and I can't make this up, he's a Jewish porn star, right? So that's
who is this? Oh, you, god damn! Now I definitely feel like I want a rope.
Oh, I'm happy to see you.
What really, you know, I hate you people. You people are unentertaining. You are not funny. You have no charisma whatsoever. You don't.
Right. Let's get the Jewish porn star here to entertain everyone, right? Great thinking, Powdered, right? So here's a video that Generally Specific made about the Powdered Dusty. Let's check out this video. It's interesting.
People, let me tell you about my best friend. He's the far-right extremist who comments on my threads. People, let me tell you about my best friend. He's online all the time asking me to commit crimes. He told me that the white race has nowhere left to run, and I can't fight a race war without a third hole in my gun. 'Cause he's my fed friend. Yeah, he's my fed friend. Yeah.
Well, that was an informative video, wasn't it? Anyways, let's go to the interaction that Axis Rattblood had with the Paranoid Dusty. Right? And this will be our final thing that we'll look at here.
Yeah. Paranoid Dusty is a bitch. Yeah. He's a bitch.
Yeah, let's see where this is at. Oh wait, I gotta share this first, and then put this here. All right, here we go. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Wait, what? Oh, okay, here we go. I gotta full screen this. All right.
Day, that was a fiasco for her because I drew back and kicked her right in the cunt for not, apologizing and taking those statements back, and it has affected her number and her content. I don't know if you've noticed that, Garrett.
I've noticed.
So I think he's backstage right now. So I don't know what you're talking about there, Access, or
They Snafu and this RLM
oh
called
yeah,
me
they
a
defamed you.
pedophile
Yeah, so on
and
and so forth.
defamation on her channel the first or the second time I was there as an invited guest. Snafu shows up and immediately starts.
Yeah, I just went and I called the Powder Dusty a bitch. I just went.
What? So quick? Like
And-
what, in like 10 seconds? Like how?
Yeah, I just went to.
How are you finding all these people? That's my question. You got like some kind of sonar? Like
No, NPC, the game.
Oh, okay.
Jack Talker was on there. I called Jack Talker actor, and I called the Powder Dusty a bitch.
Well,
And
they
that's
think.
what they are. I just went and did that. I just went.
Well,
and
that's
did
of his own volition, by the way. I did not tell him to do those things. So
Yeah, he didn't.
That's his own.
I did it on my own volition. I'm a warrior. I'm a warrior. I think so. Yeah,
Right.
I'm a warrior. I went and did it, and then I come back here.
Yeah, that's hilarious. So so all right. So yeah, so I don't have much. I mean, just this interaction and then some music, really. That's pretty much it. And what's comprises this interaction is how the Powder Dusty is using his YouTube channel as a business. Right? I believe it's 1099 or something like that, some special tax code or something, right?
Yeah.
Right.
1099.
Right, so 1099 is what they would use for strip clubs when they give tips for the strippers or so on and so forth. So there's some sort of idea there, right?
Yes.
Right. So so this is more about how because this entire show has been basically how YouTube is being exploited as a business, right, by certain key players. So
Absolutely. And
Yeah, right.
YouTube, once you join up as monetizer, you start making money through the LLC, which is YouTube under Google. You actually have to report the same as a stripper with a 1099 your taxes. And the revenue that I'm watching transpire, I don't think they were ever taken into consideration that they'd be called out for keeping track of their taxes.
Yeah, fascinating, right? So if our poll is going to lie in the chat, openly just spread lies in the chat, go ahead and delete his lies because you're actually just spreading misinformation at this point. I know you try to control narratives, but it won't be allowed to happen here, right? With your fake planting of narratives and your fake LARP shows, right? So actually, no, that won't be allowed to happen, right? So yeah. But anyways, they're exploiting YouTube as a business, and so he's very paranoid about maybe people looking into that for some reason, right? But yeah, but he claims he has nothing to worry about, right? So yeah.
Dusty in the bag. Give me 1 second.
Obviously, we have nothing against Dusty, right? Us personally, we've went back and forth a little bit because, he chose to take the avenue of making personal attacks against us. He's made several lies and accusations against us, right? Like, for example, right? He claimed that, like my wife left me. That's not true, right? That's actually not true. We find out that that's actually not true, right? He actually said that I wrote a book with AI. That's actually totally made up false information,
I
right?
thought that was TBE that said that.
TBE's
Oh no,
claim
he
was-
said that you're plagiarizing.
Yeah, his claim was different, exactly, right? So they made up a bunch of claims to maybe defame me, say all this stuff that I'm a bad performer in debates and so on and so forth. So they made up all this shit. So I said, you're a dumb cunt, right? You have no talent whatsoever, right? You literally get paid to do nothing and you think you're the shit because of it, when literally they could take away your livelihood in mere seconds. Like, you're reliant on a corporation, basically, and very flimsy because you don't make them enough money for them to actually care about your existence, right? So there's a lot of problems with the way you think you're earning your money and so on and so forth, right? And but other than that, I mean, I really don't have any problem with the guy. I hope his channel succeeds and so on and so forth. But it's interesting how he's paranoid here, right? And obviously I've mended some hard, feelings between him and I, not for any reason, right? Just I saw him talking shit. I returned the favor, right? He decided not to do it, so I stopped. Right? I don't have a problem with any of these people, right? So I'm just showing what they've shown. Right? So, yes.
Dusty, you are on, sir.
What are you snake bitches doing over here?
Getting ready to transfer you in prison, Mr.
I see
the
that.
evilest man
I
on
see that. The issue is that any of you think that you're smarter than me. I don't know why you think that, Rattblood. When have you ever been better at me than me at anything?
I'm not, Flo. I don't
I
claim
know
to.
you're not. Listen to all
You
the
know
nervous
that I-
giggling from this conspiring bitch-ass little panel here.
Whoa. Hold on. Let me
Go ahead.
and Flo
Go ahead.
talk.
I'll mute up. Go ahead.
Do you
So
have
Tarek? Tarek's hilarious, yo. Yo, he's funny.
Crazy ass laugh.
I
the
see
evilest man on
that. The issue is that any of you think that you're smarter than me. I don't know why you think that, Rattblood. When have you ever been better at me than me at anything?
I'm not, Flo. I don't
I
claim
know
to.
you're not. Listen.
Damn, bro. Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
All
You
the
know
nervous
that I-
giggling from this conspiring bitch-ass little panel here.
Whoa. Hold on. Let me
Go
and
ahead.
Flo
Go ahead.
talk.
I'll mute up. Go ahead.
Do you have your taxes in order, Flo? Is all I'm asking.
Perplexity computer just dropped, and I don't think people get how important this is.
shit.
Because when given a task like build a beautiful pricing calculator,
Okay, Asian.
First
man.
of all, why are you asking that? Because you're a snake ass bitch. Second of all, of course I fucking do.
Asian
Of
AI
course I
man.
do.
Right, exactly. Oh shit! I accidentally. Fuck.
Don't worry
You
about
think
it.
Listen to all
You
the
know that
nervous
I-
giggling from this conspiring bitch-ass little panel here.
Whoa. Hold on. Let me.
So there it is. There's the accusation. So he's claiming that everyone on the panel is conspiring against him. So yeah, so that's interesting, right? So we made several claims, right? We claimed that people in the panelverse were actors; they were attached to larger groups. That there's production companies, that there's no organic interactions, that trolls are being paid, and so on and so forth. They've admitted to all this, right? We have them on tape admitting to all of that.
I have something to say, and I don't wish to interrupt you. When you're done, I'll go. Sorry for
Yeah.
cutting you off.
No, that was it. But I'm just saying, like, we have all this shit recorded, right?
I just want to say this, some people are just naturally oriented towards higher, more profound topics. Even when I'm drunk, I have more profound things to say than someone like this moron, Powder Dusty or Jack Talcott. I am still fundamentally wiser than them. Fundamentally wiser. And I have a fundamentally better spontaneous character too, but in a way that is better. So fundamentally speaking, I am superior to them. That's all I have to say. That's what it comes down to, the divine hierarchy.
I want to interject with
Sure.
following this particular interaction. Flow State went to Jack Talcott's. He called out Red 40 for being a snitch for him. And then Jack Talcott responded with, there are creative ways as long as you can associate it with your endeavor for your taxes. creative, and him and
Interesting.
Flo were. Yes, it's on my channel. It's posted, and it's creative taxes or something with Jack Talcott.
Yeah, and by the way, he also confirmed on that panel that Brown's boy was conspiring with them. So he said it again, and he also called him Brown's bitch. So he was crazy. He was actually unhinged, right? And calling people names and then making allegations towards them when everything we've basically accused him of, they've admitted to, right? So it's pretty weird, right? When they've actually lied about people, right? So, so does anybody else have anything?
Yeah, you know, I've interacted with Brown's boy quite a bit, and he is an information gatherer. For who, himself, or whatever is
definitely
his,
himself.
You know, is his
say.
business. You know,
Yeah, I would say himself.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Brown's boy doesn't have a dog in the fight, and I'm pretty also sure that me and him have disagreed multiple times, right, over several different issues, right? So
yeah,
so
so
there is that.
his being there at this particular time was his own volition.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. And that's what we're trying to say here is that how they try to sow narratives, right? Which is right in front of people's faces. It's kind of weird, but yeah.
So let me
Go ahead, I'll mute up. Go ahead.
Do you have your taxes in order, Flo? Is all I'm asking.
First of all, why are you asking that? Because you're a snake ass bitch. Second of all, of course I fucking do.
Okay.
Of course I do.
Then don't worry about it.
You think I don't know that there's snake snitches out here like you who want to report me when they get mad? Of course I know that. I got my taxes in order. I got my legal. I got everything in order.
Okay. Well,
I wouldn't be
why
on
are you
YouTube
up
if I didn't.
here?
Do you have your shit in order? Do you have your bomb making materials in order, Rattblood?
Whoa.
I'm sorry. Are you accusing me of making bombs?
All I'm doing is reporting on. Oh, where'd Brown's boy go?
See, and there's the lying. You know what I'm saying, Rattblood? You know what I'm saying, right? Like,
right.
Like where, like you're coming in hot, accusing people of doing things, and why should you be worried? You're saying you have nothing to worry about. Then you're lying about people on top of it. So pretty weird. Am I on camera?
Yeah, you're fine, and I will enter.
Whoops. Oh, here. Sorry, guys.
And now you are.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got a delay here on the second device, but
yeah, no worries.
I will interject. Lost my train of thought there for a second. Go ahead with your. I'll recap later.
Yeah. Just let me know if you think of it.
I'm reporting on is what I read on the news, which is that you got arrested because you had bomb making material in your house. Is that not the case?
No, it's not the case. Not at all.
What did you get
Actually,
arrested
better go.
for,
For possession of a potential explosive device.
Okay, so then that was the case.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, those weren't my pants I was wearing.
That's crazy, dude. Flow State should definitely know that if you get arrested for something, that doesn't mean you did the thing you got arrested for. That's insanity to claim that. So,
I will recap now with what I was going to say is I did report Snafu and Flow and Cage Reality to my lawyers, and receipts are posted on my channel.
Yeah, interesting. So we
for interfering in an open case, and it's basically what it is he was interfering with the justice system,
right?
With defamation.
Yeah. So Access has lots of videos. I believe they're in your videos section, right? Those little 2 to 10-minute things you have. Yeah. So he's been posting a lot of his interactions with a lot of people in the Panelverse. So check out his videos on his channel for more information on that.
Yeah, a single moment of interaction with me is worth a lifetime of interaction with idiots. That's how special I am. And stuff. Yeah.
For sure, Avian. Yeah, you are pretty special there, pal. So yeah, so let's check this out.
In my friend's pants, that wasn't my bomb stuff in there.
I'm not going to openly discuss an ongoing case.
I wouldn't.
But you can.
I also wouldn't be publicly conspiring against somebody when I've got an open case against me. Rattblood.
Well, let me tell you. Right now, if you go to my case.
By the way, the case that they're talking about has a lot to do with the Panelverse, because let's just say people in the Panelverse found out where Axis Rattblood lives and then contacted the police to go to his house. So that happened as well.
Ruh-roh.
Yep.
So
that's
who
a fact.
are those people? Well, they're linked to all of the groups that I've been mentioning throughout this presentation, by the way.
And the first time was Rose 777, who was able to find my mom's address.
Right. So interesting that they'll go ahead and call the police on people in the Panelverse, give them a wellness check, so on and so forth. So they're willing to go out of their way to go against certain people. So this is the information that Flow State is responding to, running with, and it's just wild to see him, make those types of accusations, I guess.
You can look up my case and you can see where it's at, because I'm transparent, Flo. Even the calls to my lawyers I put on my channel, you know that. And I didn't think that we had an issue, because you should pay attention to your enemies.
Didn't know that you were my enemy.
I'm not.
Yes, you
I
are.
said you should pay attention to your enemies.
Over here conspiring with this F-slur about how to get people put in for taxes. You're the worst kind of a snitch snake. You'll come hang out on my panel, thank me for the time.
So that's a little rich, right? Because he just took information where they snitched on Rattblood, and he's running with that information, and he's calling other people snitchers. So that's kind of weird, all right?
He's really hyped right now.
And he also colludes with people. He also colludes with people like Snafu, who are basically known snitchers, right? So that's also
100%.
I have a question for Rattblood. Rattblood, what do you live for?
Death.
I see.
Nice. Good. Yeah, that's pretty based.
And then come run over here, Tarek, and go, hey, you should call the IRS. Call them your damn self, you coward.
No.
You won't, because you know that conspiracy. You know conspiracy is also a crime, don't you?
I did.
You're counting on Tarek being stupider than both of us, which he is.
No. Eric does his own thing. I said on this stream, this is an individual endeavor. This is just me, Flo. Just me.
This is just your snake ass snitch little operation.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I mean, they're saying, Flo, that you are in control of a lot of things, like the Raging Tomatoes things and like that. So just making sure
Tarek
you're all
has nothing to do with this. Tarek, just let me and Flo do this.
Good.
Tarek.
But Tarek is not involved in my endeavors personally where it comes to I didn't even let him know about the IRS. All I did was let him know about terms of services, how to get people, their safety checks, terms of violation, how to shut down a channel. I filled him in on all that.
Dude who got arrested after a safety check.
Yeah, isn't it? Why'd I get arrested for a safety check? And why was it then deemed an inoperable device?
Probably they inoperated it.
No.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't functional in the first place.
Then why is it still an open case?
Because they're doing a mental evaluation, two-state mental evaluation, or they work for the state. If you look at my case, which Cage and Snafu have publicly doxed and made it very, very evident.
Yeah, they have it.
And, when are you going to pay Hank the $1,500 you owe him?
When he comes when he comes to my residence to pick it up.
It's probably booby trapped. I wouldn't push your doorbell either.
Well, he's welcome to come here and pick it up.
But you know
anytime he wants.
Next time you're drunk and slurring and taking pills and doing your blood shit, your weirdo blood shit. I hope that I hope that the safety check finds you safe and well.
The fact
Is that like a veiled threat?
And I will ham out.
It definitely did sound like
That sounded kind of sus there.
It sounded kind of like, oh, we did it once, we'll do it again. So
Yeah, right.
Weird.
Like TBE style. It's like I hope somebody doxes you and swats you.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Is my psychologist. And I have went through both state evaluations. One of them had to be dismissed because it was the same evaluator who evaluated my son for his mental competency when he shot a cop's dad in the back of the head, execution style. Flo?
So what you're telling me is that mental illness runs thick in your family.
You goddamn right it does.
Unfortunately, walking seems to have ceased for you, so you're not much of a threat to anybody unless they come to your house, I'd assume.
I don't know. Maybe.
Do you think that your next, now that you've got an open explosive case device case against you, do you think that the next safety check will be as soft as the first one?
You know what? I'm not sure, Flo. I'm not going to speak on that because it's an open and ongoing case, so I'm not going to speculate and give you the ammunition you're looking for.
Why not? You've been speculating about all sorts of shit today.
I haven't been speculating. I've been factually telling people what the procedure is. My procedure, not anybody else's.
Living right up to your name, you're a complete rat. You're a rat.
Yes.
You're the lowest of the low.
Yes. Have I ever claimed to be any different? I've always said I'm not a role model.
I don't know.
I'm no one to look up to. I am nobody should even. Why you would come to my channel would blow my fucking mind, because my type of entertainment is completely a niche, like you said.
Yeah.
And when I asked you about monetizing my channel, even you said you didn't see it worthy to be monetized unless it was a small niche.
And I gave it to you nicely. Your shit isn't worth being monetized.
Well, there you go.
Nobody's gonna pay you for that shit.
There you go. And I do tell people not to come to my channel.
You're sitting here because you're jealous and you're going to go after anybody who is making money. That's what you're doing. You're a bitter old man stuck in a chair, building bombs and snitching to the IRS where you can.
No, Flo, you're missing the point. Quit getting emotional, man. Calm down.
What then?
There's no mosquitoes on your nuts biting you, so don't freak.
Stop filibustering and answer the question. What are you then if you're not a bitter old man? People who are succeeding where you failed.
No, I was doing fine until
do you recognize that you failed?
Okay, you talk, Flo, and I'll just sit here and listen.
Do you recognize that you have failed? Now he's giving silent treatment. Brown's boy runs away. You give the silent treatment. Eric gives me the nervous giggles. What is this? This is the biggest panel of pussies I've ever encountered on the internet.
Give me the room to talk. There's been everything from defamation, and 2 years ago it started when my son committed murder. And I was being blamed for him committing that murder. And I suffered nothing but bullying, harassment, defamation, and so
seems like something you'd be happy with.
You are all now seeing the recourse of your actions.
I haven't.
You want to hold me to a standard? Then you better hold yourself to it.
Old crybaby. I never held you to those standards, and I've suffered no recourses. You're just running around bitter because you failed.
Well, you're the one that's angry, Flo. I didn't fail at anything because it didn't cost me anything. I didn't have to invest shit.
You've invested as much as I have.
No, I haven't.
You've invested as much time. You've invested as much emotion. You love to say. You remember when I was just a small channel nobody. You've been around here as long as I have. Why is it that you can't break double digits ever?
Whoa. Why are you so angry? What's wrong with you, Flo?
Why do you think
You're
I'm angry?
fidgeting,
Why do you think I'm
You're
angry?
bouncing around.
Rattblood, why
You're
do you
out
think
of
I'm angry?
character? I'm not sure, Flo. Why are you angry?
Why do you think I'm angry? I told you right when I got
I
here.
have
Rattblood.
no
I told
idea.
you right when I got here, Rattblood. Don't play this fucking game.
What? Because you don't like the fact that I can hold people accountable the same way they tried to hold me
You can't
accountable?
hold shit accountable. If I was concerned about you calling the IRS, would I be here telling you that you failed, telling you you're a loser failure and you can't do shit? No, I'd be like, oh shit,
fine.
I better lay low and get my business together. My business is together, bitch. You can't do a fucking thing.
Wow. Name
Oh,
calling.
snap.
Oh, I expected better out of you.
Why?
Well, I gave you the title of the most evil man on YouTube. I guess you're earning it. So you go, brother.
Now, can you answer my question? Do you recognize that you failed?
No, I haven't. Whenever I got a hold of the Internal Revenue Service, as I said I did, and as I have, yes, they are very interested.
Put
And
up
yes,
the paper, put up the communications. Everything's wide open.
Whoa. No. I'm not going to interfere in investigations. Absolutely not. And I'm not.
That's what this whole thing is.
Yes, it is on their end. It's on YouTube, it's on Google, and it's on the Internal Revenue Service. It
And
has
what I
nothing to
have
do
now,
with me.
what I have already is evidence of you three dumb fucks conspiring.
So we're conspiring under a legal process of reporting fraud. That is perfectly legal, and I could have done it anonymously, but I'm pretty fucking transparent, Flo, if you haven't noticed.
Let me see if it's legal to report to the IRS
Yes.
false claims for personal vendetta.
False. They haven't been proven false yet. So don't put that in my mouth.
You have no evidence at all that anybody's doing anything fraudulent. The only thing that you've got is bitterness and jealousy.
Okay. Well, you can detour and detract from
Is
the
it
fact
legal to make false claims to the IRS?
Of course it's not. You don't have to look that up. I can tell you that. Flo.
No, it is illegal to make false claims to the IRS, such as...
What the hell did I just say to you?
You said it hasn't been proven false yet. You just made
No.
the claim.
Yeah, did I name a channel? Did I name a channel?
If you reported channels,
Did
like
I name
if
a
you
channel?
made reports, then yes, you did. That's why I said show your paperwork, Rat.
Absolutely not.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You're not that slick, Flo.
I'm slicker than you are. I'm slicker than Tarek is. I'm slicker than Brown Boy is.
You like I said, you got the title of the evilest man on YouTube now, so enjoy it. Wear it well.
Mm-hmm. Somebody's got to wear it well. You failed at it.
Well, I'll give you that much. I guess I just wasn't that evil.
You're just not that good at it.
Really? That's fine. I'll take that from anybody. That's criticism, constructive criticism. I suppose we'll find out.
So, anything else? Any other questions, conspiracies, concerns, fraudulent?
Any questions?
I
for
have
you?
a question for you.
I'm streaming right now. It's called Trashing Tarek's. I just came right up here.
Oh, sorry, Buddha. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I had a question for Powder Dusty. What?
Right.
Yeah, this is what I want to say. Feeble creature so pathetically sunk to its knees. Thou called me from dimensions thy kind never seen. So what is thy desire, poor primitive spawn? So that's what I want to say. I want to say, why are you a poor primitive spawn, Powder Dusty? That's my question to him. I'm waiting for his answer.
Interesting. Well, maybe we'll have him on soon.
Here, and boy, all you rats scurry when the light comes on, don't you?
I ain't went anywhere, have I?
Where'd your co-conspirators go?
Well, that's on them. I told you I'm in this individually alone.
Mm-hmm.
This is just me. What they do is on their own. We are not co-conspiring. And not only that, but me and Craig have made it conspiring. I'm sorry. It must be all the substances that the psychological institutions have me on. But we'll go beyond that and re-reference. What Brown's boy is doing is on his own. What Tarek is doing is on his own. What I'm doing is on my own. So there's no coercion or conspiring because these are individual endeavors.
Well, once individuals start cooperating together for the same goal, that's conspiring.
I'm sorry. We were just discussing this situation. We weren't conspiring. Conspiring would be us
So you heard it here, folks. When individuals, team up for the same goal, that's conspiring. So basically, like, let's hear that again.
Is on his own. What I'm doing is on my own. So there's no coercion or conspiring because these are individual endeavors.
Well, once individuals start cooperating together for the same goal, that's conspiring.
Okay, so individuals that are conspiring together for the same goal, I think the entire panel communities are conspiring against the machine lives, by his definition. For sure. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
100%. 100%. How about that?
Yep.
Sorry. We were just discussing this situation. We weren't conspiring. Conspiring would be us working out a plot and a plan to work together to bring down something that potentially may be highly illegal. But you're the only one that seems to have
conspiracy, a plan or agreement for an unlawful or harmful purpose.
Yeah, well, this isn't for an unlawful or harmful purpose where I'm concerned.
This would take down the whole panelverse.
I did.
Who did you say it to?
Oh, I said it to everybody. This is
Who
an
was
open
on
public
panel with
platform.
you that you were talking to?
This is an open public
Who was
platform,
on
so I
panel
said
with you
it
that you were
to
talking to?
everybody.
Let me help your old senile ass. You said it to Tarek and you said it to Brown's boy. You guys were conspiring. You can say, I'm just an individual. Sure. Conspiracies are made up of individuals, Rattblood. You're dumb as actual fuck. I'm starting to wonder.
Really?
I'm starting to wonder if you're such a failure that you're hoping somebody will take you out. You can commit self-deletion by welfare check.
Well, unfortunately, I'm not on welfare for your information. And
That's not
secondly,
what a welfare check is referring to, Rattblood.
Definitely sounds like a veiled threat.
oh, I'm sorry. Are you speaking what?
I didn't say
Some
that
kind
you were
of-
on welfare. I said a welfare check where the cops come to your house to make sure you didn't self-delete like the last time you got arrested.
Oh, I get those all the time, man. Do you think that was the only 2 times is when Cage tried to get me to kill myself, and whenever I was reported for having a potential?
I think those were the last 2
harmful
times.
Yeah, well, there's been many more.
Since then?
Hello?
After
Yes. Yes.
that? Ask me how many times I've been welfare checked on.
I don't care.
Why are you so incompetent at life that people have to keep checking to see if you're alive?
Really?
Well, that's probably why I'm under psychological management, case management, have therapists, have a psychologist. That's probably why the state is trying to deem my competency. I mean, if you really want to take it that far, Flo, I'm no more than just a psychotic off his meds at occasions, unregulated, or maybe even potentially in a delusional state. You never fucking know, do you?
Look at you backpedaling, trying to put up your defense already.
No, it's not backpedaling.
I didn't take my meds.
Right. You never know. Why would they order a state evaluation for my competency if there wasn't a concern there? Flo?
Well, there's a concern. Maybe they need to put you in a padded room.
Oh, who knows? They'll make that decision.
I wouldn't mind seeing you live out the rest of your years drooling on yourself in a straitjacket. Just
been there before.
In a corner, being mad at people who didn't fail where you did.
I've been there before, Flo. It's nothing new to me. Suffer massive head trauma at a very early age, and before technology was available, they wanted to medicate you instead of give you a CAT scan to determine head trauma. And yeah, they do put you on Thorazine, Stelazine, Mellaril, straitjackets, quiet rooms. I've been through it all, Flo.
Are you on all that stuff now?
I'm on Klonopin, Paxil, not the Thorazine or the Mellaril anymore.
Are you taking your medications as prescribed, Rattblood?
Court ordered.
Yeah.
So, you want to dig any further into my legal
Klonopin.
situation?
I answered too many personal questions, but go ahead.
Yeah, I know what he's doing.
Eric, he doesn't have to answer them.
I know what he's doing.
I was just curious if he's taking his medication.
He's testing my mental competency, and he's looking for grounds. But I'm telling you, my mental competency is under 3 psychiatric professionals right now and 2 state evaluators. And
do you
they
think
do
that you're
check on
mentally
me.
competent?
I think I'm totally fucking absolutely insane.
It's a weird rock and a hard place you're between where you're not liable if you're insane, but if you're insane, then you got to deal with that shit, isn't it?
Well, I've got a hell of a history of mental illness, just like you said, Flo. So what are you going to do? Report me for mental illness? Everybody already knows
I'm not
that.
a snitch. I'm not a snitch. I'm just going to hold on to this recording. If I ever need it, I've got it here.
Well, then you can verify
that you all conspiring.
Oh, working. So, are you working with me, Tarek?
Of course. I said, I even told Kate earlier when she said she's trying to work with me. I said, hey, after the solo, I'm solo, and don't say you're working with me. I'm not working with anybody.
There you go.
Uh-huh.
I don't work with you.
Uh-huh.
You don't work with me. Brown's boy don't work with us. We don't communicate in any way behind the scenes whatsoever that is operational as into an agenda. And yes, I do hope that this IRS situation brings down the entire fucking Panelverse.
So you're hoping to cause, you've got a harmful purpose.
No. It's a legal purpose. I am legally allowed, even anonymously, to report anything I consider to be suspicious tax evasion or IRS.
Asked if you were using the legal system. I said
I am using the legal system.
The ends that you are aiming for is harm inflicted.
No, it's integrity. Integrity and the lack of control that YouTube and Google has shown on this platform.
When you say you want to take down the Panelverse, those are individual creators, individual channels you're talking about, right?
I don't know. Who is the Panelverse? You tell me.
Well, who did you report? You said you made reports.
You want to know that so fucking bad, Flo, but I'm sorry. You're not going to get that information.
Let me fill in the gaps where you're pretending to be dumb. Yes, the Panelverse is made up of individual channels and content creators. I would consider both. I would consider all three of us part of the Panelverse. You want to take it down because the Panelverse has chewed you up and spat you out and deemed you unentertaining.
Really? Okay. I can accept
He's actually way more entertaining than anybody else on the Panelverse, but go ahead.
I mean, the numbers don't show that.
That's pretty much a compliment at this point.
Off my channel, Flo. I ride under the radar,
because you want to fail.
Have you not been on my channel? And Terry, how many times do I run people off my channel and tell them not to come here?
Last time I was on your channel, there's 3 people that came from my channel, and I said, I'm leaving because I don't want people to come from my channel to troll you. And I left. You told them to get the fuck out of there. They wouldn't leave.
And I told you to get the fuck out of there too.
That's the sign of that's the ultimate cowardice. You can't fail because you're trying to lose, because you're scared to fail. You are the pinnacle of cowardice.
Really? Well, that's fine. I'll take that title.
Okay, but let me ask Flo one question. Flo, do you consider Paul successful? He gets 147, 40 live viewers. Do you think his numbers are accurate? Yeah, he's still getting 140 in terms of numbers.
Do you want me to answer? Success is relevant, and I would say that compared to us, yes, Paul is successful.
Okay, how about his numbers? Are they real? Because it looks like a lot of the people that go to Paul's and Jack and OTW, I would say about 30 or 40 are accurate. Other ones are not. My opinion only, of course.
I have accused Paul of having inflated or bots in the past. He doesn't really stream anymore, it doesn't seem.
This is how I move forward with Purdue Global. Start your comeback today at purdueglobal.edu.
Subs and views. It was like 2 years ago. So I won't say that all of his numbers have always been accurate, but I will say that I don't know enough about what he's doing recently.
Okay, that's fair. I think that's fair.
I will say that I don't believe Jack buys bots. I do know people have bought bots for him in the past, but it seems to me that he's got that he's had the Thorpes and some other people come over, and that he's grown from that. And OTW, I haven't seen stream much either, but the last time I saw him stream, he got a raid from Talcott, so he just took that audience and transfer over. So
that's very true.
So I think that's legit.
That is true. Yeah, I don't think Jack buys. I don't think he does. I think Paul did.
One thing, Tarek, is if you would send me a copy of the stream.
Oh, I'm gonna put it private and send to you. I promise.
Yeah,
why does Tarek sound like he's talking out of a tin can?
Gonna want it for your defense, Rattblood. All right, I'm out of here.
This audio quality's
take it easy.
Gone way downhill.
All right.
Dang, Rocky coming in with the Manson shit.
Oh yeah, this is actually relevant. I think Hank sends in a donation. So Hank looking sus. When is Tarek and Rattblood going to pay Hank Oflamio? Oh yeah, he already said that. Yeah, so yeah, we appreciate Hank Oflamio blessings. And so all right. Anyways, I put the link out there. Anybody wants to call in, they can call in. It's open panel, right? That concludes what I wanted to say, right? So, I hope people enjoyed series of looks at different people that collude. Of course, we will have more, right? I have an entire thing on. I have the next 2 or 3 made by Machinebobs planned, but I have some interesting information about the origins of some of these people, from We Are Awake TV to Jack Talcott to some of the other parties, and even the Wilsons, how they got up with different groups. And I mean, so yeah.
And I will say that even today there was an interesting interaction at Tarek's. Apparently, Hank is under the impression that Venus is a bar licensed lawyer, and we have receipts.
Well, I haven't been able to verify the claim that she is because she tries to be private. So, on that sus donation, Tarek and Rattblood made a bet that no one could find Rattblood playing with himself on Tarek's show. Ponyboy did, and I replayed it on my channel and played it on Tarek's channel. So,
can I clarify something? Is this open panel now? We can ask any question and discuss it?
Anything goes.
Yeah, all right, then I have a question for all of you. This is getting into deep stuff. Okay, let's say that I want you to imagine this question I'm about to ask you, okay? Let's say 20 years ago, who you were or what you considered yourself to be, what you self-identified as. You know, take that, isolate that moment, okay? What you self-identified as. Let's call that moment A. And what you are now, okay, moment B, what you are presently self-identifying as now. And just imagine this. You take moment A and moment B and you place them adjacent to one another. Let's say that, you know, let's say you transform from moment A to moment B, which are side by side. Is there a phenomenological continuity, experiential continuity from moment A to moment B? You know, and let me make this point clear. There was this one woman, her name was Jo Bolt Taylor. She got a brain stroke, okay? After she got the brain stroke, she could no longer identify or recognize her family members, okay? So she had to learn her sensory motor skills again and crap like that, okay? So is there an experiential continuity prior to the brain stroke and after? Or are the personas completely discontinuous? That's my question. I want to hear what.
Yeah, you're not your brain. Yeah, you're not your brain. That's my answer. Yeah,
thank you.
So,
I like your answer. Yeah, I appreciate everyone's answer. I'm not here for a debate. I just want to hear how people answer that. I want to know what people think about it. So you say you are not your brain, and so there's like a spirit that's kind of individuated.
Yes. So there's definite continuity. Yes, exactly. That's what I'm alluding to. Yes.
Sure, got you. Okay, I want to know what other people have to say.
Yes, I would say that there is a continuity of the self, but that doesn't necessarily attach to the substrate. So,
I would say with me it varies between resuscitations, and that's from NDEs.
It isn't just the brain. I would say it's also the heart. You know, people get heart transplants, and then they have the people that getting the new heart will have all of a sudden have like behavioral traits that they never had before. They'll have desires or urges for things that they never had before. So there's some kind of continuity even in the certain body parts, it would seem.
Yeah, like processes. Because I think most of the cells of the heart have been replaced. I'm not sure. Because, you know, like they say 90% of the cells of your body have been replaced from like 20 years ago or something. I don't know.
Well, cells get replaced every 7 years, right? Supposedly.
Yeah, most of them. I think allegedly brain cells don't get replaced that fast, but I need a double check.
It also depends on whether or not water holds memory. I'm not too keen on that at the moment, but there might be something to it. But at the same time, it's like the water just dries up.
Yeah,
cheers, cheers, Rocky.
Thank you for your responses. Yeah. You see, these are the kind of questions people should be talking about and more and stuff. You know, I could ask a lot more questions, just random questions, and we could just have people's responses and sharing insights and
Oh yeah.
collaborating. You know.
By the way, we will be back Tuesday. Right, so Tuesday we'll be back with the regular show, but actually it will not be a conventional stream. So as you know, we got banned. So that was after the Wednesday stream. So we'll continue the regular stream on Saturday. Right. So so Tuesday and Wednesday, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'll probably open up the panel and I'll write some sort of catchy title there, and I'll write open panel there so that we can get people to call in and discuss things with us. But we'll try to have serious conversations on Tuesday and Wednesday as they pertain to various topics that we touch on the show. And of course, I'll try to implore people to call in and try to debate me and so on and so forth if they would like to. Right? Usually, I don't know if anybody will oblige that, but I notice other people do like call in. They put like live, they put like debate or something to get people to interact with the show. So that might be an option we might go with on Tuesday and Wednesday, right? So people call in, right? Obviously, there's Access channel, right? We'll probably at Access Rattblood on the episode. This stream will only be available on Cyber Caliphate soon. So go check it out there, right? That's where the series Made by Machinebob is available. We've done an entire season of Made by Machinebobs, which is over 9 episodes. Yeah, and we don't really, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I want to also say that your channel is ultimately about, who is anyone truly in control of the technological advancement? Is it truly for the benefit of humanity or wild nature? And about the metaphysical presuppositions that have led to that and such. Like you are highly critical of Aristotle.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. We take some avenues. We critique things. We do a sort of philosophy of history and the history of philosophy and so on and so forth, and look at the philosophy of mind. And look at political theology, the whole architectonic scope, the origins of humanity and civilization, and of course the technological scope, right? So of course we address a lot of those key areas, and my solo presentations mainly on the channel have covered most of those areas while looking at major thinkers throughout history. Now, I can't say that much more for the other participation on the channel, other than few others, right? They seem to stick to the themes like Avian Buddha, right, and others. But of course, mostly it's my solo presentations that reflect what I've just stated, right? So obviously there's that.
So my issue with the question is the definition of humanity. That you really can't say tech is good for bad for humanity unless we pretty much de-reference what humanity means.
Well, I think what is interesting is that there is the idea of humanism, and then there's obviously the myth of man that ties into humanism. So that is a separate issue. But what we're talking about is where did man come from? Like, for example, a creator god or atheism or so on and so forth. So that those questions, right? Right, like where did man come from? Right, was he formed from clay? Did God form man out of clay? Right, or was he? Is he a product of nature? Right. Usually, I put 4 questions about God, nature, man, and technology. Where did those 4 things come from? Right. Obviously, there's lots of different thinkers throughout history that'll give a variety of answers to that question. Right. So obviously, looking at how they've answered that question while employing their various arts, be it politics or history or philosophy or theology or anthropology or sociology in the case of Alul, right, or any other of the arts they've employed, how they came to their conclusions, right, and investigating how they came to their conclusions. For example, we've alleged many times on the channel that Man is not a tool-making animal, but a symbol-making animal, the way that Mumford says, and that the symbol-making plays a pivotal role in man's development rather than tool-making. Of course, if you look at man and his tool-making capacity, you'll read a very narrow scope into man's development throughout history. When you add his capacity to develop symbols, you then add a more robust definition for what man accomplishes right throughout his historical development, right, so to speak. So
And the point is that you leave the questions open-ended. You don't
of course
your views on anyone. You let people
Exactly.
approach the questions and think more deeply on them, which is an important thing. The thing is these questions are very deep and such.
Yeah, you can't really wax philosophically with closed-ended questions.
Oh yeah, exactly. To paraphrase Kierkegaard, right? And I'm using this a lot now, right? Paradoxes are where the thinker lives, basically, right? He says a thinker without a paradox is a lover without a feeling, a paltry mediocrity. Right.
That's a good thought.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we need paradoxes to get the ball rolling. So.
Yeah, paradoxes are ubiquitous in life.
Oh yeah.
Another word for paradox that I find very good is aporia.
Yeah. Yeah, or to quote our friend, the hostile Hyperborean, right? He says a paradox is not the same as a contradiction. I tend to agree with that, right?
Yeah, I agree with that too. Yeah, it depends on the logical system you adopt. It could be classical logic, paraconsistent. Could be other forms of logic too. And they deal with paradoxes in different ways. And that's actually another good question to ask. Does anyone here think paradoxes, ontologically speaking, like in regards to the intrinsic nature of reality, do paradoxes apply to reality? I want to hear what people say.
So by default, I use an intuitionist system of logic, which means I don't accept the law of excluded middle. So basically, most paradoxes happen when your framework just doesn't answer the question, so it's really time to switch to a different framework. That's where a paradox comes up, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with that one. Yeah, that's real.
I'm curious about other people's answers to that. Do you think paradoxes are intrinsic in the nature of reality, or no? I want to hear what people say about that. Other people.
Yeah, I think that there's a potential for paradoxes within any aspect of reality, given the right framework.
Thank you for your response. I appreciate that. That's a very nice response. I hear what other people have to say about it. If they are willing to give their answer, they don't have to. I don't want to push myself on anyone. Do you think paradoxes are intrinsic in nature or no? Yes or no?
Well, I think it's a paradox. Some people are intelligent, but yet they're fools. You know what I mean?
Response. I appreciate your response. Thank you, Rocky. Thank you. What about you or other people? If you're willing to give your response, you don't have to. Just want to hear your responses. Fine.
Whether or not they're intrinsic in nature, they're at least intrinsic in the minds of people, because we have a limited scope of sensory experience. We have limited scope of language. So in a sense, there obviously will have paradoxes in that construct. But if there's inherent paradoxes in nature, I don't want to know for sure.
Yes. Yeah.
Thanks for your response.
Yeah.
Red.
Red kind of stole my answer, basically. Yeah.
If I could interject, one of the most obvious paradoxes is the fact that there's existence and reality as we understand it, that yet you can't explain or comprehend the opposing state of non-existence. Then that within itself without acknowledging there is non-existence. It's a paradox.
So I would say existence is relative. So you pretty much have to define the object where the things exist in, and non-existence is when we do the check for the object you're looking at that's supposed to contain it doesn't have the thing you're looking for in it. So existence is relative, which is why non-existence is hard to explain unless you have another place to put the thing.
Yeah, I appreciate your response, Hank Flame. Thank you. Yeah, it's an interesting response. It's about relativity, and you need a frame of reference in order to discuss existence and non-existence. So I see your point. Thank you. In some regards, am I correct in my interpretation? Thank you. You see, even though I am drunk, I am still way better than Powder Dusty and all those motherfuckers. Those motherfuckers, you know, if they were to encounter me, I'm like a Lovecraftian entity. I'm like an eldritch being.
Oh shit, son.
Yeah, I'm like an eldritch being. All right? It's all about asking the right questions. All of you here, okay, I want you to consider this seriously. Or ask the right question. You know.
Avian turning into an Eldrazi horror.
Yeah, ask the right questions. That's all it's about. Just keep reflecting on the deepest question and always inquire further. And whatever you experience, you know, just keep inquiring further. And don't feel like you have to answer in one way or another. Just trust in yourself, ultimately. See what I mean? Just ask those questions that are deep. Don't ask dumb questions. What this guy said, or what this other guy said, or who is this guy? But ask the deep questions about who am I, what do I live in, where are we heading, and what should I do? How can I help or do what is the right thing to do? It's about asking the right questions. That's the thing. If you keep those questions in your mind, no matter how drunk you get, no matter how intoxicated you get, you can always center yourself. Anyone can ask me a question and I will be still coherent. That's the point. You have to be always reflecting on the deep questions in life. You don't have to do anything, though. I'm just saying that that's the case. Sometimes I feel like just asking deep questions and hearing people's responses can be good too. It's still better than motherfuckers like Powder Dusty or Jack Talkall. Just asking deep questions and going around the audience, the panel, and hearing their responses. As long as it comes from your heart or somewhere deep in yourself, your answer is good. I have no reason to challenge you. I have no reason to debate you. If it comes from somewhere deep in your heart or mind, then it must be valid to some extent. I have no reason to challenge you. That's ultimately the question.
You should be seeking this knowledge to expose evil. That's something Christians are supposed to do.
We don't seek knowledge. That's Gnosticism.
That actually leads to another question. Okay, and I don't want to take up this panel. They can add. I just want to ask this: do you think there are non-abstract means of knowing? That's my question. I want to hear what people have to say about it. Are there non-abstract means of knowing?
Since as an intuitionist, I would say all means of knowing is concrete. It has to be encoded somewhere. It's a pattern.
Appreciate that answer.
I think it's a variating potential.
What's the question again?
Are there non-abstract means of knowing something? Like non-abstract.
Oh yeah, non-abstract means of knowing?
Yes.
Of course there is.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for your response, Rocky. I appreciate all of your input. You are a very valuable person here. Thank you.
Direct experience, unless direct experience is also abstract. I mean, that's another can of worms, I guess.
Okay.
Unmediated, in other words.
Reddington, I appreciate your insight. You have a lot of valuable insight. Thank you. All of your
All
answers
right.
were nice.
Yeah, yeah. To the last question, I think paradoxes are strictly for the mind. I don't think they actually have, ontological framing, as you said, right? So then the second thing, I think that so it ties to what to how Reddington answered that there's limitations for the mind and so on and so forth. So it's interesting for us to contemplate those very limitations, right? So obviously, the sort of thinking about thinking, so on and so forth, right? The epistemological straitjacket, as it were, right? So that is the limitation to thinking, as it were, right? So it's important for us to frame the limitations of the mind. In terms of the second question, the abstract means, I don't believe in abstract means, right? So I would say that those don't exist, right? If I'm understanding correctly, right?
Yeah, I appreciate all of your input, TML. That's actually makes me think, especially for all you do. And so I don't want to take over this channel with my questions, but I can keep going on.
Yeah, it's no worries. I mean, nobody else is calling in. There's nobody else presenting
Yeah.
any queries, so I will end soon if nothing else goes on. But yeah, if anybody has any queries about what I presented, or I'll drop the link again, or has any statements about what I've said, obviously feel free to.
I mean, Avian Bird's doing so far. You keep driving.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, Hank.
Yeah, I like
I
this. I
respect
like
you a lot, but sometimes I have trouble understanding you. I don't know if it's your mic or if it's my own cognitive faculty.
I don't speak slow enough, to be honest.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, sometimes
I respect you, though. I respect you. I think you're a cool guy, Hank. I think everyone here is admirable. So I don't like to pick fights with anyone, especially if they have good intentions. Intentions are important. That's where it comes down to.
What do you mean by drunk? Did you have 1 beer, 2 beers, 3 beers?
I had a lot of whiskey. A lot of whiskey. So.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah,
a lot. What's a lot?
Share with the class.
Whiskey. Yeah, that sounds like a swell.
Whiskey sounds pretty good, actually, right now.
Yeah.
I had some rum too. I just 1 shot, mixed it with cream and Coke.
I see.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Extravagance.
Opiates, benzos, and alcohol.
Whoa. Yeah, I've
Yeah,
I like
pass
the
on
beer
that.
On the Klonopin, if you snorted it, it gives you a little tingly sensation. So yeah.
Well, the opioids and the Klonopin are prescribed. The alcohol is just a self-medicative.
Yeah, my ancient ancestors believed that if you are sincere and authentic, you get drunk as fuck, and then you ask the right questions. That means deep in your heart, you take those questions seriously when you get drunk. No matter how drunk I get, I always bring myself to the important questions, and so I remain centered.
Oh man,
Real
this is like drunken master shit now.
Oh yeah. He's a drunken Taoist, or a drunken Buddhist, even worse, or better, whichever way you want to look at it.
So when you get drunk, you ask questions, right? Yourself.
Yes, the important questions in life.
Like, where's the fucking toilet so I can puke?
No. I mean, I
You don't
said
get
that's
that
pretty
drunk.
important on the floor once.
You never get that drunk.
I do get drunk. I once puked on the floor. And
Oh.
stuff. Yeah. I'm pretty drunk right now and stuff. But I'm asking the important questions, keeping my mind centered. Therefore, I can remain coherent. Does that make sense? The weight of words matter. Sometimes 6 words mean more than 100 words. Do you see what I mean?
Most of the time. I would argue most of the time, because we need 100 words, you're probably obscuring the meaning or padding your word count.
It's
That's true.
It's
That's
the
a good
Nietzschean approach.
That
To
brings
say in
me
a
to
few
another
words
question.
What takes people pages to write.
I apologize for interrupting you, Reddington. I apologize.
No
You were
worries.
speaking about- Sorry, I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt you. But I had another question. If you can restate what you said, because I was interrupting you, Reddington, or I could ask my other question. Do you want to restate what you said, Reddington, or do you want me to ask my other question?
Well, just quickly, Nietzsche talked about how he could say in a few words what others would take pages or books to write.
Yes, exactly. And I wanted to ask you people here, do you believe that you can concisely summarize the main gist of very verbose and complex works in less than 20 or 30 words? Or do you think you need those long words, those verbosity, those
I think people already
jargon?
know my answer to that.
Yeah, I think symbology speaks louder than words.
That's a good answer, really. That's a good answer, Access Rattblood. I appreciate your input. I appreciate your presence. Thank you.
Yes, I would also agree with Axis Rap, but symbology speaks more than words, but words are easy to transfer.
But which words? Sorry, I'm just thinking of a song. I think it would depend on what you're talking about.
Ooh, I drank like 10 cups of coffee today for sure.
Well, it's also designed off of what ideal you're trying to express. Symbology can express a broader range of information than spoken word to express a certain ideal aspect, energy, or a potential.
Speaking of symbols, I have another question. What symbol do you hold most dear in your heart or spirit that helps you thrive, that helps you survive? You know, you can give personal response. I want to hear what people have to say. I don't want to judge anyone. I want to hear what symbol helps you go through the day.
It would be the sacred geometry behind the pentagram.
Can you go in more into that? Why does the sacred geometry of the pentagram
because of the fractal nature of it and the aspect of the humanistic side of earth, wind, fire, water, and spirit. The fact that the sacred geometry of fractalism and the golden divine proportion is found within it. It is also evident in nature and natural design, the language of creation.
I see. I appreciate that response. Yeah, I see. So you think the reality is almost like a fractal? Like, would you say it's like a one body breathing in fractal complexity in some sense? Would you agree with that or no?
Well, yeah, that's self-evident in nature. It can be measured.
Thank you for your response, Access Rattblood. I want to hear what other people have to say regarding the symbol that motivates them, that helps them cope. I want to hear what everyone has to say. If they are willing to answer, I don't want to coerce anyone.
I probably would say the empty set, because that's how you build any kind of system. You start with the empty set and then kind of put those pieces together.
If I remember correctly, when you have an empty set within an empty set regarding the axiomatic foundations, doesn't that yield elements? Am I remembering that correctly?
Affirmative. You have an empty set within an empty set. You started iterating to the one from that point. So
yes,
you keep repeating
even
the process.
When I am drunk as fuck, I know that. Even when I'm drunk as fuck, I know that. So in that regard, I am spiritually superior to people like Powder Dusty, people like Laundry, people like Jack Talcott. I am superior to them. I am on the divine hierarchy above them. So I want to hear other people's response to that. What symbol motivates you and helps you in life? I just want to hear what you have to say. I will not judge you.
That's a low bar, though.
Yeah, it is a low bar, but you have to realize the masses are indeed like Jack Talcott. They are indeed like Powder Dusty. The masses are stupid and stuff. But none of the people here are like the masses. So therefore, I am not judging anyone here or whatever. So there you go. I want to hear what other people say. What symbol motivates everyone here? I'm not going to judge anyone. If you're willing to answer. If you don't want to answer, just say pass or some shit like that. I don't know.
So basically, on the panel, when you don't have anything to say, you usually just shut up. I would strongly recommend that.
I see, that's true. But sometimes, you know, when asking questions, you know, it's fine to be direct and concise and clear. I don't see the issue with that. I direct and concise and clear. And, you know, that's the kind of person I am. But other people can be whatever way they want or whatever. I don't give a shit. I don't know. Fuck it. Yeah. Yeah. What symbol motivates you? For me, I'm not gonna answer. But yeah, unless someone asks me about it.
I'll ask you, what symbol motivates you, Avian Buddha?
Something like the the Dharma wheel or the mandala of Tibetan Buddhism, something like that, or like the Mahayana, something like that. I would say that it's kind of like samsara or whatever, and kind of promotes a more holistic understanding that makes you think more deeply about the important questions that tie into samsara and nirvana, stuff like that.
And you think you're superior because you think more, or what?
Yeah, I'm saying relative to people like Powder, Dusty, and you know, the other people, because they don't ask the right questions. Their questions are normally oriented to carnal pleasures or to ephemeral or transient matters in the worldly plane. They don't ask the deep questions. That's why, you know. So therefore, I believe that I do not take them seriously. You know, it's all about the questions you ask in life. You see what I mean? It's less about the answers and more about the questions you ask and how deeply you reflect on those questions. See, TML deals with important questions on his channel and stuff. That's really why we're here.
Yeah, we ask ourselves questions. Not so much ask others questions, but ask yourselves questions like, who am I? Where did everything?
Exactly. Yeah. Those are all important questions to answer. And those are the questions one should focus on. That's correct. Rather than waste time with idle chatter, those questions and stuff.
What do you think of this symbol right here?
The cross? Is that a cross? Yeah, I respect it. You know, I respect your tradition, but that's not my path. You know, that's not what the deep questions led me to. I respect it. You know, I don't need to enforce myself on others. Yeah, people of different backgrounds here, and I respect you. So that's it.
What about this symbol?
What's that? I don't know. Is that like a
like a sun?
Sun or something?
Yeah, it's the sunburst. On my radium glass, made out of radioactive material.
That's good. Thank you. I don't know everything. I do not know everything. Everyone here has valuable insight to share. Appreciate all of your input.
And it looks like the symbol behind TML.
Maybe.
Nah.
Yeah. For example, Avian Buddha does not know my passwords. I did not send him a single password. He has no way that I know of obtaining my passwords except by asking me.
That brings me to another question. That is not an important question. You know, like, what is an important question? You know, I would say it's stuff that goes beyond mortality, stuff that goes beyond what is transient. Would you agree with that? Yes or no? And why? I want to hear what people consider to be an important question in the first place.
I would disagree with that because importance is context dependent. Like if someone did want to see what was on my computer without my permissions, having the password to it will make it much easier.
I agree. That's a good answer. I think, you know, it's context dependent. It's moment to moment in some sense. I can see where you're coming from in that regard. So, I hear what. If any other person wants to answer that question, they can go ahead. If they don't want to, they can just ignore what I said.
Which question again?
What are the important questions in life? What defines the important questions in life in the first place? You know, what distinguishes a bad question from a good question in a higher spiritual context?
I don't know. There's lots of questions that are important.
Yeah, because you can deconstruct it, make it more context dependent. That
Well-
question may have been too broad.
Hold on. Let me before
Who's
I
God?
resign. Before I resign this panel, I am not a role model. I am no one to look up to, and I reside to my own understanding and path. And with that, I resign.
Even if I wanted to aspire to build boom boom material,
What does it mean to resign in the first place? I want
leave.
Leave.
Resign means as synonym for leave.
What does it mean to come and leave? What does it mean to be here and leave?
You hit leave studio button, then you disconnect from the panel, then your camera and microphone is not connected to the discussion.
I see. Thank you for that answer. I appreciate it.
What's the what happens to us after this life? That's a pretty important question.
Are you asking me?
No, that's just a question I think is important.
Yeah, everyone, I can give my answer, but oh wait, does anyone want to give their answers prior to me?
You can go first. I'll answer after you.
Sure. I believe I accept rebirth. I think that rebirth is true. I can give my reasonings for that and all that crap, but that's what I accept. Rebirth.
Reincarnation.
No, rebirth is different from reincarnation. They're different. They have some similarities.
How many times have you been born?
Oh, sometimes it feels like millennium. Sometimes it feels thousands of years. You know, it's hard to tell 100%. But rebirth is what I lean toward. Rebirth.
Yeah, I'll answer now. You're in hell realm. There's no escape. You will be recycled. Clip that, Steven.
I can see that. I appreciate your response, Hank. What about other people? Do they want to give their response? Any other people wish to give their response or no?
Where do you go after death? I would say there's two places. One, okay, if you're born again, born twice, you die once. Born once, die twice. That's why you must be reborn.
Reborn. Let's see. Thank you for your response. Anyone else wish to give their response? Or they can ask other questions, or I can ask questions, or we can end it.
You say you've been reborn. Do you remember any of your other shit? And if not, how do you know you've been reborn?
That's a very valid question. You see, when you have a supposed spiritual experience, it becomes hard to distinguish hallucination from reality that you interact with. You see what I mean? It's hard to distinguish those two, but I have had supposed spiritual experiences that I consider to be reflective or indicative of rebirth. So there you go. I don't know. It's not like I'm interacting with that realm. You see what I mean? I'm not interacting with it daily. It's just some experiences I've had occasionally. Does that make sense? You know, there's a distinction there. Trying to be honest with my answer. Anyone else wish to give their answer regarding what was the question? About the nature of what happens after you die, the mortality and stuff, or the question of how can you distinguish hallucination from what is concrete fact? That's another thing. Yeah, that's a good question too. How can
Yes.
Sure,
So
go ahead.
how I do it is science. I pretty much verify the consistency of the assumption, and the more consistent, the more real it is.
Yeah, thank you for the response, Hank. I actually do sympathize with that response to a large extent. I do think there are limitations to that response, but I do appreciate the response. To see where you're coming from. I want to hear other people's answers if they're willing to answer.
I got a question.
Sure, go ahead. Rocky.
Can you turn the music off, please?
Did you come
Yeah,
to
sure.
all this on your own thinking, or did you read books, put your faith in some philosopher? Did you study somebody and that sounds good to me? Did you put your faith in anybody's writings, or is this all your own? Did you come up with all this stuff yourself, or what?
That's a good question, Hank. I see what the question you're asking. To rephrase that, you're asking, are the questions coming truly deep from my heart, or are they coming from like subconscious recollection from the books I've read? Is that your question? Am I correct?
Yeah, we all read
Yeah.
books, right? And we
Yes.
all determine whether we are going to think they're true. We're going to put our
Bunch
faith
of readers.
we put our faith in this book or that book or some writing of some philosopher or somebody who says he knows all or whatever. And then you trust him, you put your faith in him, and you believe that shit, and might not be true. You just, like some people say, oh, you put your faith in the Bible, and then other people put their faith in philosophers and shit like that. You know what I mean?
I have no faith. It's just Zazen for me. It's just
You don't have any faith.
no faith. Just
You use
Zazen.
reason and logic,
No
imperial.
reason, no logic. I don't know what I am saying or what I'm speaking. It's just you simply sit and face the wall and Zazen and such. That is for me ultimately the case. No matter how difficult the situation gets, sit and face the wall and Zazen. That is the answer for me. And so, but for others, it may be different. I'm not here to push on anyone.
You've never
Yes.
learned anything through faith.
Yeah, I also do not use faith. I tried it, but I use assumptions because it's more flexible than using faith. Assumption allows me to just put it back on the shelf and not use the thing, but faith means I just have an assumption I'm stuck with. So I just use negative assumptions rather than faith.
Do you trust in anybody?
No.
No.
Just yourself. So you're
Yes.
faith
No,
in yourself.
Not even myself.
You don't have
What
faith.
is the self, though, ultimately? What is the self? That is another good question. What is the true nature of yourself? I want to hear what people have to say in regards to that. What is the true nature of yourself?
Hey, I believe, and I mean, when we say I believe, that's the best we can do, really, because we can't prove very many things. But I believe that we came here just like your kids enter a theme park. When you take your little kids to a theme park, you say, go and enjoy yourself, scare yourself, make yourself feel happy, make yourself laugh. I believe we just came here for the experiences, and that when we go back to the Godhead, we can choose to come here again or go somewhere else or whatever we like, because we are the essence of God in the three-dimensional realm at the moment. The big problem is that we're allowing the two-dimensional realm to rule over us, as in paper and flat screens. We've allowed the parasite from the second dimension to come in and control the third dimension. And I'm not even going to go to the fourth, fifth, and sixth, and seventh, but you've got to go through them one at a time.
Tony, I love your response, and if that truly came from your heart, I really love your response. I want you to know that you have self-worth, and I appreciate your response. I think you have a cool accent. I'm not sure where your accent came from. I think UK
He's
has a
Aussie.
culture and stuff.
Yeah, I did primary schooling living in the bush, and I missed out on most of it. I was very lucky because we lived out in the bush in the far southwest of Western Australia, where I did my primary education, and I did not listen to anything these liars told me because I didn't go to school till I was 7. I'm 77 now, right? So I've had a bit of experience. I've done everything in life that I ever wanted to do. I'm just a bit upset that I can't continue doing them because my eyesight's not good enough, and I was flying home-built flying machines since I was 21.
Thank you.
I did my secondary schooling education in Britain, and I even studied at the I got an RSM certificate, the Royal Society of Arts in Great Britain.
I want you to know that as long as you ask the right questions and it comes deep within your heart, that's sufficient.
That's absolutely right. I went through a massive lesson. As far as I'm aware and believe, most kids are taught to lie. Their parents tell them about Father Christmas, Easter Bunny, Tooth Fairy. They've been taught to lie. I used to lie when I was a little kid, and my father would come home a real hard day's work. He was a he was a tree fella. He used to fall trees that would be turned into logs, would be sawn into timber. But anyway, he beat the hell out of me, pulled my pants down and beat my backside till it was bright red every time he caught me out telling a lie. One day when I was, 6 years old, and he beat the hell out of me again, he said, "Listen, Tony, I don't like doing this. This hurts me as well as you." He said, "When you can commit to not ever telling a lie, I will never beat you again if you tell me the whole truth and nothing but the truth." And that's the lesson I learned. And now, if I even start to make up a story or tell a lie that is not from my heart, my whole consciousness changes and I revert to a bloody 5-year-old.
I like your response, Tony. I wish more boomers were like you because you do have a lot of great wisdom. You see, because ultimately, how I interpret what you're saying is if you lie, you're lying to yourself. Never lie deep to yourself. It's wrong to lie to yourself. Always be honest with yourself.
Yes, my parents used to beat my ass too, but it was because they couldn't regulate their own emotions. So children should be very easy to deceive or at least get them to act well, but they couldn't regulate their own emotions, so they externalized it to me, and that only established a permanent connection to the dark side.
So I have another question. This is a question about questioning. Do you think the most important questions in life, they cannot be enunciated, or can they be enunciated? Can you put the most important questions in life in words? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
What's the fucking point when no one can give you a proper answer?
It's all about the questions, man. Listen, Dark Lord.
Oh, ask 100,000 questions, but no proper answer. That's great.
That's
just fishing in the dark.
That's philosophy.
I don't listen, Dark Lord. The answers are within you, Dark Lord. The answers are within you. Where else can the answers come from?
See, it says right here, telling yourself the truth. It's a good book. You ought to check it out.
Yeah, the truth is just a feeling.
I homeschooled my children, and I didn't, when they lied to me, I would discipline them for sure, but, telling yourself the truth is very important. Telling others the truth also. But then you have an argument. What is truth? People don't want to accept your truth because they have their own truth. It's a hard deal to do.
Good question. I want to hear what people have to say about that. Here's a question. If you truly believe something is true, but other people do not accept it, how would you respond? Would you simply ignore them or whatever? Like, how would you respond? Like, that's a good question.
It depends. It depends on the person you're talking to. It's pretty easy to evaluate somebody and figure out what sort of reality they want to be in. It is not our purpose to change their reality. They're going through their own experiences. If they ask us for help or for understanding, then we give them everything we can.
Thank you. Thank you for that response, that heartfelt response. You see, we got to accept that people are in their own reality tunnel and that we simply give them responses, but we don't coerce them or we don't intimidate them. We let them go through their own tunnel and such, but we still.
So do you think there's an ultimate truth that, or do you think truth is relative? What's true for me is not true for you. You believe truth is relative? Is that, or do you believe?
I don't believe truth is relative. That is a good question.
Can there can only be one truth, right?
I see what you mean, Rocky. You're asking if truth is relative or if there is an ultimate truth.
Well, someone could claim truth, but they have no backs to back that up, or just be totally false. But they have their own truth, so truth is just a feeling.
Truth is filtered via your experience. That's what you're claiming, Hank. That truth is ultimately filtered via your experience. I am verifying what you're saying.
Affirmative.
I see. Okay, that's what you're saying. Okay, I want to hear what other people have to say in regards to that. This is a very valid question, very deep question. Is truth relative? Is it filtered through our experience, or is there an ultimate truth we can truly grasp? I want to hear what people have to say in regards to that.
Yeah, I go with Kierkegaard's definition that truth is an objective uncertainty held within a subject.
Can you clarify that? You said objective uncertainty held within a subject, correct? Objective uncertainty.
Right, because there's no truth without people. Is I don't know what he's trying to say.
So truth is contingent on subjective agents in the first place. Is that what you're saying?
No.
I see.
It's an objective uncertainty.
Objective uncertainty. I must reflect on that more. I have trouble comprehending that. Objective uncertainty.
Oh, yes.
So you're saying basically that some truths can't be known because
I think ultimately truth cannot be known, for sure. But I think that it does exist. It is the base of everything. So
I think
that's what I would say.
I believe there's only one truth. Truth is truth. Anything else that's not the truth is not the truth. Like if I tell you something and it's not true, it's not true. I believe there's truth, I believe Jesus is the truth. Mm-hmm. So I believe in Jesus. I believe he is who he said he was. He did what he said he did. And I believe this is true. Do I force everybody to believe what I believe? No, I don't. I try to share the truth. But a lot of people these days, they don't think there is any truth. They think it's all subjective. What's true for me isn't true for you. So you go to the bank, you say, you go up to the bank teller and say, I want to withdraw $500. And the bank teller says, well, you only have $5 in the bank. And you say, well, that's true for you, but it's not true for me. That's kind of stupid.
So I have a question, Rocky. If Jesus is the truth, does that mean giving all possible truth tables, you would be able to identify Jesus on it?
What? If Jesus is the truth, what?
Would you be able to identify Jesus in all possible truth tables?
I don't know what that means.
You don't know what a truth table is?
A truth table.
Yes.
No, I don't know what that is.
Okay.
Could say there's one underlying base truth that all other subjective truths rely upon.
Yeah, there would have to be. Yeah.
It's basically what you said.
Some people they don't
Right.
believe, they don't. Some people don't trust. I mean, they don't have faith. They don't have faith. They only use reason, logic, and imperialism. But most of us, when we're children, we learn through faith, and it's not the merit of it's not us thinking. It's the merit of the person giving the message. Do you trust that person who's giving you the message to whether that what he's teaching you is true or not? Someone gives you a message and you're putting faith in that person more than the message. It's like, you know what I'm saying? I believe this, the scriptures because of the Holy Spirit, and I trust and have faith in the word. I believe it's inspired and that the Holy Spirit reveals things to me. And you don't have to be intelligent that much to know the truth is not about how fucking smart you are. What are you doing? You know what I mean? Like all these people think, oh, I'm so smart.
So I had to stop using faith because people took advantage of me using that. They used faith to deceive me because it made me have faith in something that was fraudulent.
A lot of people will lie to you. That's what you have to discern the spirit of people, whether you think they're lying or maybe they're not. Maybe you don't trust them because they're not that bright or something. So you do have to discern. I mean, you don't trust everything everybody tells you. It's obvious.
So what I do instead is I make them build out their model and they have them explain to me mechanically how it works. And if they have no clue how it works, then they're trying to deceive me.
Well, truth, I mean, faith is a means of perception. You can perceive things through faith. Like your teacher teaches you something, and that's how you learned that. It's a non-meritorious means of perception. All the other means of perception is like meritorious. You know, reason, logic, that's all like meritorious. It's like,
yeah.
Okay,
yeah, I get what Rocky's saying. Like, I go with this definition. Like, basically, it's like, like you act on many things that you don't have to think about, right? So, I don't think it's, believing in something that you don't know, but it's acting on something that you don't have to think about. And we do that all the time, right? We act on shit, right, that we already know without fucking thinking about it because we have to assume things in order to get anywhere in life, right? So sometimes you go with shit, you believe shit that you don't fucking know so that you can move along with the fucking program, right? Yep. So, I mean, it happens all the time. I mean, it's just, and also people act without thinking. For example, like once you already know something, like when you tie your shoes, you don't think to tie your fucking shoes, right? You just do it, right? You have faith that you know what it takes to tie your shoes, and so that faith is basically just acting on something you already know, all right, or something, or you basically think you know it. Sure, you think you know it, but you have to assume you know a bunch of shit all the time. Yep. Like, for example, you have to assume tons of shit every day just to get by, right? So I don't know.
So I want to give an example of like me trying to test someone within their framework. For example, Jack Telcott used to say, "Oh, we need no secrets," and so I tested him by asking him if he had any secrets and to reveal his secrets or to demonstrate that, and he didn't know what to do. And I said I gave an example of a secret, like his YouTube account password. That is a secret. He refused to give it up because that would make him vulnerable to cyber attacks. So there's a instant counterexample of his narrative that we need no secrets to get by, because having no secrets will make you more vulnerable, at least in the short term.
The machine lights. The machine lights. Did someone teach you how to tie your shoes? Someone taught you how to tie your shoes.
SpongeBob taught me loop-de-looping pull, and your shoes all looking cool.
Right.
I have a question about questioning. Do you think asking questions in the first place has an air of pretentiousness that the most important answers have no questions in the first place, because it involves what TML was discussing, that is done by something that goes beyond abstraction? You see what I mean?
think
Can
it's
the
a
important
clear
questions
thing.
be asked?
Like, for example, I think faith is very much linked to intuition. I think everybody has it pretty much, right? Because everybody intuits things, right? You don't have to know things to intuit things, right? So on and so forth.
I see. That's a good answer. I appreciate the answer. I see. Intuition goes beyond all abstract questions in some sense, and faith is
Right.
linked to that which goes beyond all questions, and it is how you are framing it. Am I
Yeah,
correct?
like, yeah.
I see. Okay, that's the way you frame and view things in a way that goes beyond
It's
mere
close to
viewing.
like how, like, it's like how somebody says, like, do you have faith in your wife? Like, how do you know that she loves you? Ultimately, you can't answer those questions, right? So that is pretty much one of the most important questions that you have faith in, right? For example, right?
Yeah, I got you. So faith as a qualitative dimension that goes beyond the abstract questions we can ask right now in terms of like cognition. Am I correct?
Well, faith. Okay, faith. Well, when you're young and you don't know nothing, and someone tries to teach you something like how to tie your shoes, you put your faith in that they're showing you how to tie your shoes. But then later on, you don't need no one to show you. You don't have to put your faith in someone how to show you tie your shoes no more, because you already know how to fucking tie your shoes. So a lot of people, they have faith, they learn something, and then they go on, and they don't need faith to believe that no, because they know it now.
Yeah.
I know how to tie my shoes now. I know how to tie my shoes. Like,
well, I mean, Rocky, I mean, I know I'm under a firmament. I know that, you can't go to space, but NASA claims different. So
that's where we see the fakery. I mean, if you can't see the fakery, well, then, you got eyes to see, ears to hear, and shit. You don't trust in. And that's where you discern the spirit. Who you trust in? Do you trust your government to tell you the truth? Oh, we don't trust the government except for when NASA tells us something is true. Yeah. I like the verse when
so whose truth really matters? I mean, what is my truth? Unless I get a cult of people to follow that truth. I mean, it's just my own truth at the end of the day. So
the universe follows it.
Then you will end up, nobody will follow you, because if you're telling lies, eventually you'll be caught.
People who tell lies all the time get followed anyway. So basically, if you
tell that to the Vatican.
Yeah, tell it to the Vatican. But if the universe says it's true, that means you can build on it, and you have a predictable framework that can function.
Oh boy, I just heard this on a video earlier of some guy who claimed to exorcise Satan himself. He was talking to what's his name, fucking Tucker Carlson, and he was saying the same thing. So okay. Oh boy. Sounds like your truth is your truth, the government's truth is everyone's truth, and if you have your own truth, you better protect it. I mean, the government already knows your truth, so not like that matters, but yeah.
Dark Lord, I appreciate all of your insight. I think you are a great contributor. I think you're a great person. I appreciate all the insight you're giving. So,
thanks, I guess.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
See, this is what happens when you have a whole bunch of nerds on the drama show. The drama just goes away.
Questions and looking into within oneself, the important question they are greater than anything that comes out of the words of the mouths of people like Powder Dusty or the other retards we have spoken about. When you ask the right questions and you honestly think about those questions and look deep within yourself and be honest, you don't feel you don't feel pressured to answer one way versus another. You look deep within your heart, you look deep within your nature. You see, when you do that, you're already above people like Powder Dusty or people like those, because those people prefer idle chatter. You see what I mean? Idle chatter leads nowhere, personally speaking. You must look deep. Questions about technology and technique, those are very important questions because they cut across both spiritual domain and our lived experience right now, such as the future for our children, securing the future for our children, securing the future for the earth, and whatever tradition you ascribe to, the perpetuation of whatever tradition you ascribe to. You see what I mean?
As much as I love philosophy, most of it is navel gazing itself. It's idle chit chat with longer words. So unfortunately, most philosophy is trash and probably shouldn't be practiced.
Well,
I
I
don't
think like
see
if
what that means. Let me push back finally in this regard. If you don't have philosophy, which is how you derive your values, how you approach even questioning the important issues that face us today, then what are you left with? Idle chit chatter, idle entertainment. We are asking important questions about Jacques Ellul and more. We are asking important questions and much more in that regard and such. But we can continue asking important questions. Maybe when all the questions dissolve, the answer appears. That is a good answer to it. It's kind of topsy-turvy. We can approach it from that angle too. When all the questions dissolve, does the answer appear then or not? Must you ask the right question in the first place? Or is it when all the questions dissolve that the answer manifests in the first place?
But in my opinion, when philosophy is practiced well, it's for finding all the dead ends other people found already. That's just my opinion. That way, you don't have to waste time on those paths, or you find something that's actually interesting. That's the point.
Studying the genealogy of philosophy and its contributions to the development of world history is important. Yeah, that's another way of saying it. I see what you're saying. I guess I see what I say. You see, yeah.
Well, I think there's people believe in some truth that may be false, and if it goes against the truth, that there will be consequences, and that's one way to know. Like if you go against nature and say, "Well, I can fly," and you jump off a building, and well, that's not the truth. You just found out the hard way, I guess. You can't fucking fly.
But what you did to say the Wright brothers did, they can fly. I guess the truth is that you can.
Yeah, but that's using a lift and thrust, and that's shit like that. That's the truth is you can make stuff to fly if you use nature. You're using the truth of nature that thrust and lift.
Truth of Nature says that I came from a Neanderthal, and gigantic meat-eating creatures used to walk around and eat each other. So
that's what you believe. I don't believe that.
Oh,
yeah. See, right now I am a dragon.
Dr. Grant.
Listen, right now I'm a wise dragon, perching in front of you, and the dragon is simply asking questions.
They tell you that
I am a dragon.
Radiation is bad for you, but this is radium, and I've found the truth is it's actually good for you.
Shit, that's crazy. Dang, radium is actually good for you. That's your answer. I see. Okay. Anyone? I don't know. I kind of the right questions. You must ask the right questions. Anyone have any questions for me or whatever. Just center your mind on one thing. No matter how drunk you get, you can be fine. You just gotta center your mind on something, and that when that center is broken, everything breaks down. See, I'm still coherent because I am centering my mind. I can ask more questions, so we can end it now. I don't want to take over TML stream. Maybe I'm being disruptive. I don't know. I don't fucking know anymore. I'm drunk as fuck, right now. Anyone can ask me questions, or I can continue with questions, or we can end it right now.
This is why I don't consume alcoholic beverages.
Even when I am even when I am consuming alcohol beverages, I still ask important questions. I still inquire deeply. Doesn't matter. It just has to be one question I focus on at the moment. It's just I cannot process multiple things
Yeah.
at once.
Yeah, thank you, Hank, for joining. Blessings to the people that are here. I greatly appreciate your time. Obviously my presentation is like the first 3 hours of this. Then we launch into an interesting panel discussion, right? I think I'll basically cut it off here. It's good to have maybe just an hour of panel discussion so people pay attention to the majority of the stream, which is the presentation. I don't think people are going to come up and comment on the stream this time, right? They've all ran away to do their own streams. So quite cowardly maneuvers and so on and so forth. Yeah, we'll go around and have everybody have closing words now. So
Can I get a closing remark? I want to answer.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, everybody will get one. Yeah. So
yeah, she's asked, "Are you winning?" You see, right now, when you get drunk as fuck and it's deep in your heart, you see, right now I'm drunk as fuck. Are you winning? Is her question. I will answer her question right now. Are you winning? Losing is Satori, and winning is an illusion. Not coveting a single thing in the universe is the greatest gift you can get. That's from Kodo Sawaki. So losing is winning. Losing is winning in some sense. That's my answer to her. So losing is winning. Losing is Satori. There's no true winning in life. That's my answer. There's no true winning in life. That's the Kodo Sawaki. Losing is Satori. You can Google it. Losing is Satori. Kodo Sawaki. Whatever the fuck. Yeah, something like that. Kodo Sawaki.
I think the important questions, like I think my questions were better than yours, and I'm not drunk.
Sad, Jamon.
Yeah, maybe they were better. I don't
you get stoned, you ask better questions.
Yeah. It doesn't matter. If people can watch it and decide for themselves, it doesn't fucking matter. I'm not here to debate right now. I'm just here to ask questions and hear people's heartfelt responses. That's all. That's better than. That's more higher standard than fucking like Powder Dusty. That was my point. Simply asking deep questions and hearing people's heartfelt responses is already higher than fucking Powder Dusty and all those other motherfuckers.
Yeah. So, anything else you got there?
No, I'll say goodnight, but I don't think Powder Dusty is in the business to. I don't think he's trying to be like answer people's questions. I think he's just trying to make fucking money.
Yeah, Jack Talcott and Powder Dusty can both go fuck themselves. I'm better than them. I'm better than them. That's it.
I'm better than you.
Maybe. I appreciate you, Rocky. I think you're a cool guy. I hope you have a good night, man. I think you're a cool guy.
I like a lot of the stuff you talk about and some of your conspiracies you believe in. I just don't believe your overall world view.
That's fine, Rocky.
Okay,
that's fine, Rocky. I appreciate your presence, Rocky.
Let him get his closer in, if you don't mind, Avian. Don't cut in too much. Yeah, you're kind of. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for having me. Peace. This is a symbol of peace. It's also, if you look at it a certain way, it looks like a bunny rabbit. See, peace. Germans, they use, this is 1, 2, 3. There's 3 ways to, this is 3 in German. This is 3 in the satanic symbol, 3, and this is the good 3, the 3, 3 or 3. There's 3 3s anyway. Thanks for having me. Good night.
Yeah, blessings, sir. Yeah, thank you for being here.
I love all of you, no matter if you hate me or what. I still love all of you guys. Unconditional love. Good night. Peace.
Peace. Yeah, blessings, son. And everybody else. There'll be a lot of time to talk on Tuesday and Wednesday. I'm sorry for the people. I just want people to pay attention to the majority of my content here, right? People will watch the panel and it will, sometimes we keep the panel going for too long. And then, I like to keep these ones a little bit shorter because there's pinpointed material that I'm trying to cover at the beginning, right?
I forget what I was going to say, but do not seek the treasure.
Right. Yeah, blessings. And Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday, 9:15 p.m. That's when we come online. So it's scheduled every week. So don't rely on the notifications. You won't get notifications. We've been banned several times. We're shadow banned, right? So on and so forth. We're not going to be in business with the YouTube, right? Obviously, you can contribute to the show, right? If you look at the bottom of the screen, obviously way better than contributing to other channels that aren't producing anything, right? There's no other channels that are producing anything, right? So, but obviously we don't ask for funds and whatnot. We don't need funds from people, right? We're not relying on that to have a channel, to have content, right? We're not colluding with any of the groups online. Actually, more and more, there's lists of people that I just will not interact with, right? On the tube, right? So the list is growing, really. I might be in their chat, but I will not go up on the panel unless I have some pointed discussions, right? So on and so forth. Anybody else want to give some closers?
Yeah, very good, mate. Very good.
Yeah, thank you, Tony.
I like it. I enjoy these sessions. Just a little quick one. We can either believe the information from the senses God gave us, or we can believe men who play with numbers. Thank you.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you so much for being here with us, Tony. Drake, blessings, sir. Always a pleasure.
They do be playing numbers, yep.
Lorp, are you there for them? Or you got something for them?
I guess congratulations on a second season of Made by Machinebob.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we made it to season 2. We'll see if we'll make it to season 3. So we got 10 more episodes for you guys.
Season 2, made by Doodle Bob.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe we'll get Jim Bob himself on one of these episodes. And I don't know.
It's been a while.
It's been a while since we interacted with him. He accused me of being a sock account and called me a demonic force or whatnot, and so on and so forth. And interesting.
As a cop out.
Yeah, a total cop out. Yeah,
basically. Oh, you're a demon. Now I don't have to talk to you anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, but Lord Buddha, you guys got anything else?
Good exposure. And the talks after were interesting. So
yeah, thank you, my friend. Yeah, thanks to Buddha for those talks. Great questions, Buddha, for sure, man.
Thank you. I didn't mean to derail it from your original agenda.
No, no, just
trust me, we rather have that than, like you said, about the other people.
I'm drunk as fuck.
We prefer that type of disruption, your disruption, than the other kind. So
yeah, I see it.
Yeah, I will have this gentleman on if he wants to talk, but other than that, we're ending the show. So if you want to come up,
what happens when you forget everything, including one's name and how to even frame a question in the first place? My answer is the non-abiding awareness. Non-abiding awareness. And that is what I personally lean towards. If you do disagree with that, that's fine. Non-abiding awareness. That's the closest to the truth and stuff. But you can disagree. I don't give a shit. That's Zen. That's non-abiding awareness. So
Yes, the first step is to question everything. But with that, I'm gone.
good night. I appreciate
I'll
you.
catch you next
Dr. Bob.
time.
Hope you have. I wish blessings on you and everything that happens in your life. I hope you have
Easy.
a good night. Good night, man. I hope you have
Everyone else too. It was interesting. Night, TML.
good night.
Yeah,
Good night.
peace.
Peace, 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 peace.
Yeah, blessings to Generally Specific. We'd love to have you on the panel. If you have another minute, I'm about to shut down here. I have an inquiry about your video that you made. Very interesting video. Accusing Flowstein of being my Fed friend, right? So I really am interested in what this video is about. And thank you for and if not, no worries. But yeah. So the link is there for him. But yeah, anyways, have a blessed day, everyone. And thank you for joining us here. Buddha, you got something else for him?
No.
Oh, okay. All right, for sure. Yeah, blessings.
Blessings, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so that's it for us on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And so as I said, we'll be back Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday night, 9:15 p.m. Eastern is the time we schedule our shows. So come check us out. Blessings to the people, and here's some music for you guys and everything. And Generally Specific, you're welcome on stage. I think he's not coming, but yeah, the whole thing with the Fed state video, right? My best friend. Maybe we'll get to the bottom of why he made this video, right? Because this video is hilarious, right? But yeah.
Let me tell you about my Fed friend. He's the far right extremist who comments on my threads. People, let me tell you about my Fed friend. He's online all the time asking me to commit crimes. He told me that the white race has nowhere left to run, and I can't fight a race war without a third hole in my gun. Cause he's my Fed friend. Yeah, he's my Fed friend, yeah.
So there's our Fed friend, Flow State. But yeah, blessings. Have a great day, everyone. And well, I thought there was more to that. But yeah, so let's so we'll talk to you guys soon. Here are some of my favorite music, and yeah, have a great night, everyone. Soup is good food, and hip hop, very poignant ballads. Oh wait, we got the homie here. Blessings. Here, hold on. Before we get to the people, what's going on? Generally Specific.
Yeah, sorry. I was pretty much I was shutting down my set, so I was getting ready to go to bed here. What's going on, man? You like my video?
I really like this video. Yeah, I really like this video. Yeah, so what can you tell us about this video? Because I think you're onto something with this video for sure. My Fed friend, dude, that we just showed you.
Yeah, I don't know. There's been some suspicions about good old Crusty Dusty there.
Well, he was part of the Proud Boys and whatnot. He knows Enrique Tarrio and whatnot. So I don't think any member of the Proud Boys would just have like Enrique Tarrio's phone number. I think it would probably be somebody that's high up in the organization or something. I don't know. But yeah, definitely the people they collude with online is interesting, right? There seems to be like a whole network of people that go to 2 or 3 different shows and give like $100 donations, where they either appear to be part of a production company or some sort of deal there, right? And yeah.
Well, I have noticed that some people that carry certain water seem to have very generous benefactors. You know, I mean, what a way to launder money and get people to put out a particular message, right? The whales, I think they call them, you know, they come in and they give you big donations because you're carrying water for a certain, and I'm not casting aspersions, or I don't have any inside knowledge. I'm just saying, I think it's interesting that some people attack some people and carry water for organizations or countries or, you know, Israel. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah. Oh yeah. We're hot on the trail of certain people. Like, for example, the Ortho Bros, right? They have certain links. You know what I mean? Because obviously Russia and the Russian Orthodox Church is like based in Israel and so on and so forth. They have property in Israel. So they may collude with some of the founders of that nation or rely on them for funds and so on and so forth. They also have ecumenical councils where their church leadership goes to the synagogue. And obviously their church was taken over by the KGB, which obviously this is one subject we've talked about on our show, but the Bolshevik, they were Jews and so on and so forth. So it's interesting how that's.
Have you delved into the Holodomor?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Mentioned the greatest catastrophe, right? Way more than the other, you know,
The other hollow
hoax event. Or
By the way, I
Yeah,
believe
yeah.
I believe it was 6 billion, and if you come in under 6 billion that were done away with, then you're a denier. So it's
Yeah,
6
the
billion,
J,
not million,
I
billion.
don't like the Jays. The Jays are lying about the numbers. They're exaggerating about the numbers.
Well, it's been
And they-
6 million since like the like the 30s, I think it was.
It's a lie. I say lie.
Yeah.
predictive programming. Yep, they were
Yeah,
doing it back
predictive.
then.
But the
Yes,
Dusty
yes.
video, you know, what do you say about this Dusty video? What have you gathered about? I mean, is this character a real character in this video, or is it a fictional person, or you know, that you're alluding to? Or...
Oh, I just thought it was funny to just kind of cast aspersions upon him in a very playful, sarcastic way. But it's funny. Listen, I think there's a thread to be pulled on with some of these people. Some of these people seem to have I would say a meteoric rise, but I think that's a volcanic rise would probably be better because meteors tend to fall down, not go up. But they seem to be having a very mercutial, there we go, frenetically mercutial rise from going to relative obscurity to commanding like massive dono bars. And they're going after certain people that are asking questions about the Jays, and they're calling them crazy all of a sudden, even though they have seems like they got nothing but receipts. Candace Owens comes to mind, where certain people are like ripping into her, they're ripping into Tucker Carlson. And again, you might not be okay with these people. They're ripping into Megyn Kelly, they're ripping into Ian, whatever. Now, I don't know if these people are like legit. I don't know if these people are actors on a stage as well. But I think it's interesting how, I'll just say it. Do you mind if I just throw a name out there? Andrew Wilson, he's an ortho brother.
I don't care about that. Yeah.
Okay, so Andrew Wilson is somebody that I often think of as a person that asks a lot of very deep questions. Normally, he likes to really analyze things and ask questions and really, what's the word? Tangle. He likes to tangle with things. But for some reason, he and a few others of his ilk want to immediately, to include Tim Pool, Made by Jim Bob, Andrew Wilson, Cool, like a few of these other people, they're just immediately saying Candace is a crazy kook, Tucker, this, that, and the other thing. And they're kind of casting aspersions on these people. So normally if somebody has a thought, you'd say, well, why is Candace saying this? Not just go right to ad hominem. You know, when you pride yourself on being rigorously, rigorously examining people's worldviews, why do you immediately just go to try to? I mean, it's such a J tactic. It's such a Mossad tactic to try to destroy somebody's reputation, or to call them that they're a crack pipe, or they're a crackpot, that they're conspiracy theorists. I mean, these are tactics that have been used for I don't know how long in order to discredit someone.
I mean, there's two or three people on my panel, like Avian Buddha, right? Like me, like Hostile Hyperborean, or like they're pretty much also Unseen Warfare, right? There's like several people in our community that are like experts on this subject of like Zionism. That's basically a majority of their content covers, you know, the lives of, you know, all of this whole thing, you know, and how there's a great atrocity against a lot of essentially you know, Muslims and Christians mainly, right? It seems like you know, to pit people against each other and so on and so forth, while certain people go to the bank and whatnot, right? So so yeah, definitely you know, we've presented tons of information. I mean, I think like 2 or 3 years ago, right, we had Trump on the coin with the Cyrus, and you know, and how he's totally bought off by the Zionists. We were doing these shows 2 or 3 years ago, right? So this is the thing, like this is when we started, right? So so yeah, ever since the beginning of the show, and we've been consistently banned, right? We got struck on the channel the day that Andrew Wilson, right? You know, we call him Fedru Shilson, right? A name that we took, or Android Blunderson, right? Because he'll defend lots of weird shit, right? So yeah, he came on our show, and then we got struck that same day. We got struck on the channel, right? So
interesting.
so,
I donated, full disclosure, I did donate $20 to him like a couple nights ago. I do like it when he actually analyzes things and he's in good faith, and he's not shilling for something, or, you know, I mean, it's like, I just look at this and I'm like, well, what a perfect way to launder money. What a perfect way than to have a bunch of random sock accounts that can pull from a different bank account and hide it, and they can go under, you know, $10,000 transfers or whatever won't raise alarms, and then they distribute the money out from there. I mean, I look at all the money that we sent to Ukraine. I'm going to go freaking tinfoil. But I look at all the money that we sent to Ukraine. 100% that was a slush fund in order to pay people off, to get NGOs to round up a bunch of people, invade all of the West, to destabilize. So they took our tax dollars, they leveraged our children's fucking futures and what they're going to owe the government in order to pay off that, in order to invade the West, in order to fuck it up and destabilize it, so that we won't be able to notice, because we're going to be too worried about the warfare that's happening on our own streets.
Can I respond?
Yeah.
Keep it concise. You see, you know, you know, this war is ultimately not in the interest of either the West or America, okay? And what they do is they destabilize the Middle East, and then they flood Europe with refugees and destabilize Europe that way too. Okay, see, I'm Iranian. Okay, I'm drunk as fuck, and I still can't tell you that. Okay.
yeah, by the way, we just found this yesterday
Just
with
keep it
this
concise.
Josh Wolf. I don't know if you guys know about this guy, Josh Wolf.
I don't know about it.
He
no.
testified
I don't know about these
in front of
dumbass-
Congress. Yeah,
just keep it simple.
you know, on the U.S. House of Representatives, and look at what he's saying here, right? Because this guy is totally a you know, part of the tribe, right? And he's actually saying in here, right, that they need people from Africa, they need people from India, they need people from China to compete worldwide, right? So he's saying that we need to allow immigration and open up the floodgates of immigration and so on and so forth for America, to let the entrepreneurs in. Right here, he says, many of Luck's entrepreneurs and brightest contributors are immigrants from Vietnam, Pakistan, India, Israel, and yes, even China. With intention, America should be attracting defectors and accelerating China's brain drain to our national benefit. So interesting stuff. So his whole plan with the Jays and whatnot is basically to bring in as many new people so that they can compete in a global economy. See, they're global, right? So it's crazy stuff. But yeah, Josh Wolf, you know, it should be of interest to people what else Luke's capital is investing in, right? Totally weird type of transhumanist programs, right? Like, you know, creating all sorts of weird cutting edge, you know, technologies and whatnot.
To the I don't mean to interrupt, but to the Iranian gentleman
ahead.
on
Yeah,
on the
Keep it
panel,
concise.
I got
Keep your questions concise. I don't have time for like, over like fucking 1
no,
minute.
it's
Just
not a question. It's actually just a statement. I showed on my channel probably about less than a week ago. I demonstrated how the Iranian people don't have a problem with us. Matter of fact, that they would put an American flag in the front of like universities. They put an American flag, and I don't know if it might have been a different type. I don't think it was an Israeli flag, but now that I look at it, but it was definitely an American flag and a different flag. And they would have it like a choke point, and the students, so the people that were having to come through there, were going out of their way to jump over the American flag to not step on it because the bottom of the shoe, I believe, according to your culture, is a very insulting thing. Nothing's more insulting. So the Iranian people themselves don't hate Americans, and nor do the American people hate the Iranians. I don't believe it's. I think
and then
it's the governments that are the issue.
Yeah, he actually pointed out to me, right, that they have a lot, hundreds of Armenian churches. So they have a huge Christian population in Iran before any of this war ever started. So saying that
You
it's
also
only
have a
for
lot
Muslims.
of Jews there too.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So it's interesting dynamics with that, where they're saying that these people hate Christians and Jews. That's obviously not true, right?
Yeah, and again, I was on my way to go to sleep here in a minute, but
same here.
Yeah, I would actually entertain a conversation. I'm sure this will get clipped, and Andrew's going to think I'm coming after him or something like that. I would love to have a conversation with him. I'd like to know why he doesn't have the same rigor and curiosity as to why Candace Owens believes what she believes, and instead of just shitting on her and her reputation, why don't you engage her intellectually on the battlefield and explain to her why she's wrong and you think you're right? But it's a weird, out of characteristic, ad hominem kind of spurgy little high school slap tickle fight that I'm seeing, which is uncharacteristic to like when he goes on TikTok and he's going against woke people and all this other stuff.
Yeah, if you go to our interactions on the previous Made by Machinebob streams, I think that the entire thing is a collaboration with America First, with Nick Fuentes, who is an absolute plant, right? So I think that Nick Fuentes, who is a plant, right? And obviously Wilson and his wife used to be part of his organization, right? So so there's a collaboration there. There's also a collaboration between people that Nick Fuentes has worked with and Wilson's have worked with, like for example Destiny and the Killstream.
You're missing somebody.
Who would that be?
Crowder.
Yeah, Crowder.
No, big time Crowder.
I don't know so much about Crowder.
Pay attention, because the interesting thing is, the term bagel.
Yeah,
that was originated by Wilson. It was adopted Made by Jim Bob. Bagel, I like to use it too. It's funny, Attack of the Killer Bagels. I think it's funny, but it's weird because he's kind of backed off the JQ. You understand what I'm saying?
They all have, because here's what they said. Here's what Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes and Andrew Wilson said, and we exposed this on the Made by Machinebob streams, as I said, right? They said that we are against the Jews, yes, but we are not in support of the Palestinians. It's literally the same thing, because when there's two people in a fight and one of them is winning, and you say, well, we don't support either of them, you support the winning side de facto. I mean, it's obvious, right? So, I mean, this is just so.
Can I comment? Can I comment? Yeah. Okay, I want to say this as an Iranian, okay, as a Persian or whatever. I think Europeans and even Americans are great people. The Aryans, you guys are probably more Aryan than us in some sense. You see what I mean? Aryan, Odin, Mithras, all of that, The Jews have no loyalty. Cyrus made a mistake freeing the Jews from Babylonian captivity. You see, the Jews are a disloyal, treacherous bunch. Okay, they say one thing from the other side of the mouth, and they do another thing out of the other side of the mouth. When an Aryan makes an oath, it means something. Okay? Odin. Okay, Mithras. Zeus. It all means something. When you make an oath, it should mean something. You don't make a promise and you break it the next moment. You see what I mean?
another
The
reason.
Jews have no sense of loyalty. The Jews have no sense of loyalty. You must understand this. They have been a treacherous bunch since ancient times.
Well, the Bible says they are stiff-necked people, right? If my
Yes.
people who are called by my name would but humble themselves, turn their face towards God, and pray,
Yeah.
then I would
Yeah.
hear from heaven and heal the land. Well, the land don't
So-
look too healed. So,
so
eat your
ask
goy slop.
yourself.
Eat your goy slop and obey.
So ask yourself, when they talk about peace talks, are they truly doing the peace talks, or is it simply for the Jays, for the Jews? When they do the peace talks, is Trump for America, or is he for the Jews? It's that simple. You see what I mean? Iranians would love to become friends with Europe or America, but it simply cannot happen with Israel. It's that simple.
Especially
Israel
Germans.
and Iran cannot coexist. It's that simple. Either one of them has to go. Do you support Iran or do you support Israel? It's that simple. Keep it simple. Israel or Iran. See what I mean?
Yeah, I will say this, gentlemen. I could probably talk all night about this, but I am gonna
we gotta
retire.
get
I
up
appreciate
outta
you
here.
having me up. But
Yeah, thank you so much for being here. Yeah, we
but-
got to leave too. Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you. Blessings.
I'm guilty of noticing things. I just don't be guilty of noticing things, because then they try to unperson you if you're guilty of noticing things. Just
I
keep
appreciate
your
that.
head down. Keep your head down. Get the Alpha Wave download. Don't question. Don't pause movies or videos. Don't ask questions. Don't see the indoctrination. Don't see the programming. Just take your download and be a good little goy. Anyway,
Yeah,
I
thanks for
appreciate you.
Non grata.
Yeah, thanks for calling in, GS. Blessings, bro. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, have a great night. Yeah.
Easy.
Have a great night. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. All right, guys.
Keep it
yeah,
simple.
yeah. Thank you for
Keep it
watching.
simple.
Yeah.
Namo Amitabha Buddha. Keep it simple. Namo Amitabha Buddha.
Right.
it
Yeah. We're gonna end the show now. Yeah. Blessings,
Thank you.
Avian. I
And
appreciate
this
it.
brother.
Yeah. So thank you guys for watching, and I greatly appreciate you guys' time. And thank you for joining us here on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. I appreciate GS for calling in, looking at that funny video with us, and whatever. Right. But yeah, maybe we'll talk soon. And of course, we got lots of ideas and topics and whatnot. But yeah, so yeah, talk to you guys soon. And
Thank
wait,
you.
yeah, I appreciate you, Avian, and
Appreciate you. Appreciate all of you. Thank you.
yeah, we'll be back on Tuesday. So yeah, so
Tuesday.
I think I already said this, but yeah, thank you for joining us on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And enjoy the music, friends.
We're sorry that you no longer need or want or even cared about here. Machines can do a better job than you, and this is what you get for asking questions. The unions agree sacrifices must be made. Computers never go on strike. To save the working man, you gotta put him out the pasture. Looks like we have to let you go. Doesn't it feel fulfilling to know that you, the human being, are now obsolete? And there's nothing in hell will let you do about it. Super good feeling. Like a good feeling. How does it feel? Beat the shit out of ass and throw in the code like a piece of trash. to leave. Unemployment runs out after just 6 weeks. How does it feel to be a budget cut? You're snipped. You no longer exist. Your memories get purged from our central computer, so we can read the facts and you under the rug. See our chart, unemployment's going down. If that ruins your life, that's your problem. Soup is good food. It's not good meal. How does it feel to be shit out of ass? It's all in the cow. To interrupt, but it's against the law to jump off this bridge. You'll just have to kill yourself somewhere else. A tourist might see you and we wouldn't want that. I'm just doing my job, you know, so say uncle and we'll take you to the mental health zoo. Force feed you mind-melting chemicals till even the outside world looks great. High-tech science research labs. It costs too much to bury all the dead. The mutilated, misdeeds. Circus rats who can't be used anymore, so they're dumped. With no minister present in a spiraling corkscrew disposal unit, drowned in the stew and flushed away your chain. We don't need you anymore. We don't need you anymore. So it's good food. You make a good meal. How does it feel? Keep shit out of ass and turn your nose like a piece of trash. You know how much you like to start. You joke around on our podcast. So it means I want you to have a nice day. If I went in the world, it's just for you. We're rats. We live in rodents and chuckle. At least we get a dignified cremation. Yet, 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, it's time to get up.
If you don't know how to make chords, this is it.
You can drag one of these chord progressions in. Boom.
You missed the entity, you're all up.
Saviors, made by tailors, folklore, one-wound road, where logic rose, dead lost I muse, face painted youth, brushwork tickled my eyes, I laugh when you lie, as do I under sky, assume role of the unassuming, his walk so amusing, the stagger is looming, my juice gets jaggled and demonetizing. seems to reverberate.
Fake ass MCs fuck off my stage, man. Fuck karaoke, okie dokie, monkey ass niggas, man. Fit the shoes, nigga, put them on and tap dance, faggot. Word. Come and destroy y'all niggas this year, word up, yeah. Hip hop, they tap dance to sell a meal. While real MCs with skills don't got a deal. What really? Tap dance, faggot. Word. Come and destroy y'all niggas this year. Word up, yeah. Hip hop, they tap dance to sell a meal. While real MCs with skills don't got a deal. It's industry conspiracy to make us savage. Take off your clothes to go gold, sell your soul and live lavish. Hip hop, they tap dance to sell a meal. While real MCs with skills don't got a deal. It's industry conspiracy to make us savage. Take off your clothes to go gold, sell your soul and live lavish. It seems every man wanna be hip-hop star. It's obvious to me that you forgot who you are. These labels will have you wearing high heels and a bra. Cut the roots to your tree and watch your empire fall. Now hip-hop is a tree and trees live by their roots. All the roots live underground, water down with no salute. They pimping the culture, the same vulture who stole your agriculture. My vocab is ultra, I am soldier, or nurture your sculpture. It's like to get a record deal, you gotta get naked and kneel. Labels ain't checking for skills no more, they want sex appeal. No publishing checks in the mail. Don't you know when you become a slave to money, that's when you destined to fail? You swallowing so you can sell 1 million records? On magazine front covers butt naked? Used to be a queen who was highly respected. Now when I listen to your album, shit get ejected. I didn't get the album out, somebody cock blocked in 99. I smacked the blackboard right in the side pocket. When I drop it, take your plaque to the pawn shop and hock it. I'm taking all your money this year, extorting your profit. I got greedy and went commercial and your label still jerking you. I'm starving all y'all niggas this year. Take it personal. Hip hop, they tap dance to sell a meal. While real MCs with skills don't got a deal. It's industry conspiracy to make us savage. Take off your clothes to go gold, sell your soul and live lavish. Hip hop, they tap dance to sell a meal. While real MCs with skills don't got a deal. It's industry conspiracy to make us savage. Take off your clothes to go gold, sell your soul and live lavish. Fuck riding in limos, nigga, copyright your demos cause they shot Ice-T. Labels are shot Ice-T. Your manager stroking you saying shows are promotional cause they shot Ice-T. Niggas are shot Ice-T. Stupid, the main niggas who help you get on, the first niggas you shit on. You realize who love you when all your money's get on. They smiling in your face cause right now you putting cake on their plate. Them the same niggas that scheming on your safe. Word, it's the ones that sniff coke with ya, from broke to richer. Now they wanna cut your throat and come and get ya. Your fake acapellas can't really rock a favela crowd. Your head is full of helium, you floating in the clouds. On stage frontin' like the solo type. Call my hip hop chromosomes deep down, you know Shabazz your prototype. Don't even know how to hold a mic, tripping over the cables, mumbling and stumbling into the turntables. Tap dancing, juggling, shuffling their feet, smiling. The type of niggas I be snuffing while they freestyling. Whether you're gold or you're platinum, I'm robbing and gatting them and slapping them with an aluminum bat and busting the cap in them, duct taping and gagging them, make them deep throat the mag in them, trapping them in alleys where we beating, stomping and dragging them. Fuck selling my soul for that mansion in the yacht. I'd rather make a lot and scrape the bottom of the pot. Real soldiers survive with 3 hots in the cot. You can't take them riches in the ground when you rot. Must have forgot your fears brought you to that altitude, and now you left them astray. Ego got you confused. Son, I be browsing. They try to trap us all in public housing. How niggas classic albums only sell 200,000? Labels be running sound scams on your cream. That makes niggas susceptible on going mainstream. They pulling your strings with marketing schemes, extorting the fiends. They ain't gonna never tell you how many records you sold. See, peace to all them C's staying true to their root. Don't sell their soul for the loot and planting seeds in the youth. And fuck up hip hop. They tap dance to sell a meal. Why real MCs with skills don't got a deal? It's industry conspiracy to make us savage. Take off your clothes to go gold, sell your soul to live lavish. Hip hop, they tap dance to sell a meal. Why real
On the molecular level, we are all the same. We are what you call entangled.
I need clarity, and there's 1,000 people after me. My mind is bugging out, I gotta kill up all these bastards. See, make sure that it is past to me. I burn it cause it kill the stress. Cause really what I live on a daily basis is just a mess. I feel it, yes, but we the blessed. I need a couple weeks at best. Proceed, I must indeed with we got speak to all the Buddha says. I'm just a baby new to this. I know I'm getting through to this, or maybe getting through to who. And really who the hell are you? But really who the hell am I? And really who the hell are we? And really what the hell is this? This ain't the place I wanna be. I look down at my little seed and wipe the tears up off her cheeks. I only get to see her once in a while, every couple weeks. I wander through these deadly streets with nothing in my brain but anger. Work the baby mama, one of these days I'ma have to hang her. No respect like Dangerfield, my neighborhood like Cloverfield. I'm holding on to promises that already been unfulfilled. Who am I? What are they? What are we supposed to be? Slaves in this society or patrons of humanity? More forgotten casualties were looked at as commodities. Could it be that possibly it's falsified philosophies? Who
Who am I? What are they? What are we supposed to be? Slaves in this society or patrons of humanity? As I'm observing from the sky, I prepare my flesh for atmosphere, traveling passages through my mind's eye. I'm beasting it this year for real. I dare you try to cross my path. I'm leaving nothing in my wake unless they're in my aftermath. I never had a lot of cash and frankly I don't give a damn. Forget about the dividend. My favorite game was kick the can. Was searching for a helping hand. Was suffering with purpose, cause in turn it made me who I am. There's people who observe us and they watching with binoculars. Maneuver through metropolis. They cry upon sarcophagus is poisoning the populace. It's almost die. The clock is ticking in the sky. It's cyanide. You're guaranteed a quicker death if you ingesting cyanide. I'm putting all that to the side. I'm trying not to lose my focus. I came to destroy, okay? I'm deadly like a plague of locusts. Jibber jabbing knives that poke us. All we are is slabs of meat. There's mothers with their children homeless living in the dirty street. I'm choking up, could barely speak. I had a Machiavelli week and realized that we the wise but marketed like deli meat. Who am I? What are they? What are we supposed to be? Slaves in this society or patrons of humanity? More forgotten casualties were looked at as commodities. Could it be that possibly it's falsified philosophies? Who am I? What are they? What are we supposed to be? Slaves in this society or patrons of humanity? As I'm observing from the sky, I prepare my flesh for atmosphere, traveling passages through my mind's eye. The future's full of enemies, its energy's consistency. Was homeless at the point and had to live in inefficiency. I'm 26, emergency, I'm getting older, urgency. This devil's playing tricks on me, they poking me and burning me. I might just lose it, then I think there has to be a better way. The grass is always greener on the other side is what they say. Tell me how you feel today, I tell you what I'm feeling rotten. Looking for an opportunity to bug and get it poppin'. Who am I? What are they? What are we supposed to be? Slaves in this society or patrons of humanity? More forgotten casualties were looked at as commodities. Could it be that possibly it's falsified philosophies? Who am I? What are they? What are we supposed to be? Slaves in this society or patrons of humanity? As I'm observing from the sky,